The Special Interim Committee on Property Tax Reform will come to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chair Taylor.
Here.
Vice Chair Reedy.
Aye.
Representative Steinhoff.
Here.
Boyko. Burns.
Here.
Chappell.
Here.
Davidson.
Here.
Dolan.
Here.
Fowler.
Here.
Hales.
Here.
Harbison.
Here.
Job.
Here.
Keithley. Murphy.
Here.
Overcast.
Here.
Strickler.
Here.
Taylor.
Here.
Van Scoik.
Here.
Warwick.
Here.
Williams.
Here.
Right, with 18 members present, I want to thank you all for showing up. We don't need a quorum as we're not voting on anything this evening. I have a script I need to follow to get the specifics, the things I need to cover out of the way, but first thing I want to do is, first of all, as I look around the room, thank all of you for coming. It's impressive. We wondered, we talked to ourselves about how many people would show up, and I'm really, really impressed, and I appreciate it. I want to thank the city of Lebanon for allowing us to come down here. When the speaker assigned me to be the committee chair for this, I asked him to set up a good committee. I think if you would look down the line here, if you would go back and watch the first meeting we had, you'll see that we do have a good committee. Well-rounded from all aspects, all areas of the state and all interests. The second thing that was important to me, and thanks to the help with my LA June, whom you met at the front desk there, I wanted to have these meetings across the state. I wanted to bring them out of Jefferson City. Obviously, you have it in St. Louis and Kansas City because that's where the population is, but I wanted to be sure that we got them out in more rural areas. So that's why I chose Lebanon, and then Macon is going to be the opposite of Lebanon on the north side. So that allows these bigger towns to get to us. But as one who is from the rural area, I wanted to be sure we were here. If you allow me then, I do have these things. The purpose of this special interim committee is to examine Missouri's property tax system and propose solutions to ensure fairness, transparency, and sustainability for taxpayers and municipalities across the state. The committee is taking testimony from residents, local officials, and stakeholders across the state with the goal of finding common sense reforms and solutions that will protect homeowners, promote economic stability, and ensure accountability. The committee consists of members who are all well-rounded with varying interests from rural to urban, just as I stated earlier. While we are able to live stream tonight's hearing, and one can find that via the Missouri House Communications Facebook page, as long as it's working, okay? Just know that. It will be available after this within 24 or 48 hours. It is being recorded. You can find the YouTube link to the video on the House of Representatives website at house.mo.gov under the media section in the video archive. Before we start taking public testimony, I want to remind the audience and committee members of the following. We will be taking testimony in order that individuals signed in on the sign-in sheet to testify. About 45 minutes into this hearing, the committee will stand at ease to allow individuals who did not get to sign in prior to the start of the hearing time to sign in. Also allows us to get them stretch their legs just a little bit. All individuals testifying today or those wishing to go on the record must complete and sign the witness appearance form and give to my legislative assistant back there, June, in the yellow shirt, or you can do it online. You do not need to complete a paper witness form as well. So if you do it online, you don't have to do the paper one as well. Just make sure that you have completed the email verification, finalized, and pushed through your online submission. We have a hard stop at 8:30, right? We have a lot of people here, so it's going to be challenging, but I think we can do it. We will be limiting, and I didn't make this determination until we got the final list to see how many had signed up. We're going to limit initial testimony to 3 minutes, right? 3 minutes. That ensures everyone who has signed this sheet gets to testify. I will hold up a yellow sign. That's this one. Find my place here. I'll hold up a yellow sign with 30 seconds remaining on the clock to alert the witnesses. And then if you see that, it's obvious what that means. Now I'm going to tell you, I don't know what this is for. So they left it up here. Due to time constraints, committee members, this is for you, will be called on once per witness to inquire and or make comments. I recommend committee members keep their comments and inquiries focused and to the point. I will be limiting committee member inquiries and or comments to 3 minutes. Except for individuals affiliated with the State Tax Commission, the committee will only take new testimony. So, if you testified previously in Jefferson City, then we ask you not to testify again. There are a lot of people who want to do it, so no repeats. Move on. I reserve the right, oh yeah, this is for me. I reserve the right to adjust the times as we're proceeding, okay? Just trying to get it done and get it equal as best we can. Committee members and inquiries, comments as we move through tonight. Decorum will be maintained throughout this hearing. I'm just looking around the room, and it looks like even those sitting up here, we're all pretty settled, and I think we'll all be okay in that aspect. There are no signs, though. You can't hold up signs and banners. Really, there's no need. If we're going off our first meeting, it literally went 5 hours, you all. It was really good. We gained a lot of information. The people who came to testify gained a lot of information, and it was very, very rewarding for all of us. When you're up here testifying, though, don't bring any props up with you. I mean, if you have notes, that's okay, but don't hold up anything. Disruptions from the audience will not be tolerated. Unless you're testifying, you must remain seated in the audience. No standing will be permitted during the hearing. And then, yeah, I think that's it. What's that? Yeah. Yeah, you guys, listen, come over here and sit down. We don't throw things. There's front rows right here. There's front rows over here. Come on.
In that ballroom, there's chairs.
Come find a chair. All right. And while you're finding your seats, which everyone will find a seat, I want to take a second to thank, this gentleman who's walking in front of us for one, but in order to bring this to you all, to come here, which I really, truly love to do, it takes a lot of work on the staff from the Capitol building, all right? They come down here in advance, they do security work, they bring all the setup and everything. So I just wanted to take a second and thank them for doing this. It really is a great task, and they handle it very professionally. Couple of 3 seats up here in front. Anybody who's still standing, if you will. More chairs available. All right, just prior to starting here, my co-chair, Roger Reedy, I would like to give you just a second or two if you'd care to say hi to the folks.
Is it on? Okay. I'm Roger Reedy. I represent District 57 in the House. I'm in my 4th term, and I am very thankful to the Speaker for allowing me to be on this committee and ask me to co-chair this committee or to vice chair this committee with Representative Taylor. Prior to going to the House, just a little bit of background, I was county assessor for 27 years. Prior to that, I worked for a previous assessor for 10 years before that. So I was in the courthouse 37 years in Benton County before I did this job. And I'm really delighted tonight as I look out through the crowd. There is a lot of county officials here that serve the counties in this area. And they work very hard every day, I know. And for them to show their interest in these subjects They care a lot about the people of their districts, and that's why they're here. And I just want to point that out and thank you all for being here in the rural areas so we can hear from you tonight. Thank you.
Now, one more introduction. The ranking member, Kathy Steinhoff, if you have a couple of minutes there.
Hello, I am Kathy Steinhoff. I represent District 45, and I want to echo what the gentlemen have said. It's just incredible to see so many of you in this room. I'm grateful for my colleagues that have come here during their interim. Many of them drove a long way to do this work, the staff that's come here, but also each of you. I heard that when people are walking around asking if you were going to speak, many of you said, no, I'm just here to watch. But there's no just in that. By showing up tonight, you guys are becoming part of this democratic process, which is so important. And it means a lot that every single one of you is here. This work that this committee has been tasked to do, it's important work. It's difficult work. It's complex work. And at times it can be really emotional because probably each of us in this room pay taxes. And that can be really hard on our families in many cases. We also each belong to a community, and I think each one of us are very proud of our communities. And what makes our community so strong are some of the things that these property taxes are designed to support. You know, our schools, our public safety, our libraries, our local governments. So we want to make sure that we can keep those things in place while also looking for ways to make the system better. We know there are problems. And so I just want to assure you that we really are here to listen. We're looking for things that are more transparent in the process. We're looking for ideas. As the chair said, it was a great first meeting. One of the things that I took away was how positive it was. The committee was very positive, but so were the people that came to testify. And I do commend the chair for that because the chair kept saying throughout the first one, we want this to be solution driven. We want to hear your stories, but we want to hear your ideas just as much. So again, thank you for coming, and I look forward to hearing what you have to say tonight.
Thank you, Representative. All right, without further ado, let's get the public testimony started. Kevin Farr, you are number one on the list. When you come up to testify, be sure that you tell us who you are, who you represent, and then if you have your witness form, you can turn it in and welcome.
Okay, my name's Kevin Farr. I'm the collector of revenue in Webster County, and I'm here representing myself. So I just have a few things here that I would like to get across. I've written some things down here. These taxes are local taxes. They stay local. Every political subdivision was voted on by the people of every county. Every political subdivision has a board that is locally elected. All money stays under local control. It's not put on anybody by big government. These are things that are done at a local level, including roads, junior college, senior center, libraries, fire, Senate Bill 40. A lot of law enforcement is paid for through this local money. And I've had the opportunity to view this SB 190 and also the SB 3 about it mirrors the SB 190. What we're doing here by these Band-Aid fixes, if that's what you want to call them, is we are growing government. We are growing government to administer these kind of programs. We had 2,000 in our small county for SB 190. If we go to SB 3, we could have 12,000 people. We're going to have to hire people. We're going to have to totally revamp how we do all of these things. And it's going to cost, and it's going to be taxpayer money to do this. So I'm not, software. We're not even sure our software can handle all this. So there are problems in doing tax credits. So I guess my idea is that you all have the authority and as lawmakers there are other ways and other things to look at, like the 19% assessed valuation. This is something that's not in Constitution. It's in the law. Lawmakers have the ability to change that number. You can assess, you can raise your assessment as high as you want to go, but the Hancock Amendment should limit any windfall to CPI or a max of 5%. So if you raise assessment, what does it matter if you're limited? And I know a lot of people have a lot of problem with the Hancock Amendment because there's people getting around through loopholes. Well, that's your all job to close those loopholes and to make sure that you stay at the max of 5% or the SB 190. Boy, that went by quick. But that was my main thing. And for the 19% to be adjusted, you're doing that across the board for everybody. Nobody has to sign up for this. So everybody would get it. You know, if I have 50 rental homes, I get it on my home, but those renters don't get it because they don't own that property. So this is, I guess this is my main thing, is to look at the Hancock Amendment, close some loopholes, you know.
Thank you for your testimony. Don't run away.
Okay, I'm not running anywhere. I don't do too much of
More time to
that.
talk if we, okay. So, thank you for testimony. Can you tell me, you mentioned the loopholes of getting around Hancock.
Well,
can you be specific about that?
No, I don't know specifically on what those loopholes are, but I hear a lot of people complaining that, well, when we have reassessment, everybody has to stay with CPI or 5%. You know, 5%'s the max. But right now, this year, it's 2.9. But some of them have ways on those levies, you know, of basically getting a lot bigger increase than the 2.9. So, you know, we hear a lot of this stuff about, you know, assessors, well, our taxes are going up 15%. No, they're not. If you follow the Hancock, you're going to get a 2.9% increase. So I think we've made a big deal out of reassessment. You know, we're hearing that it's going to go up 15%. If you stick with the Hancock Amendment, you got 2.9. That's all you're getting. So there are ways to fix these problems without having thousands of people coming in every year having to re-sign up on a tax credit that is just going to be overwhelming to a lot of counties. And so this is what we're looking at, what we saw this year. And then when you have people who forget to sign up, their taxes go up. And it's like there's going to be you're turning the public against us if they forget to sign up, because they're going to be held here for 2 or 3 years and they forget 1 year. Well, then the following year, their taxes jump up. So we've got a lot of issues with signing up year after year. And people were really aggravated they even have to sign up. So I guess my thing is, you know, if you deal with the assess, the 19%, you guys deal with that. You know, do something with that. I mean, am I coming across? I mean, does anybody?
I understand. No, I appreciate it.
That's I guess that's what I'm saying. So,
Representative Murphy, you are recognized for inquiry. Pat Bishop helped me. He's younger.
Good smaller fingers. Thank you. Yeah, there is a big loophole in Hancock. We discovered it in my district last year, and that's Hancock requires that whenever assessments go up, that the tax rate be adjusted so that they get to keep only a small percentage, which I believe is only 4%. But
it may be 4 or 5 as a max.
Depends on the rate of inflation.
CPI is 2.9. That's all they're getting this year.
The big loophole in Hancock is in any year that a school district or a political subdivision passes any type of levy. In my district, for example, they passed a 31-cent levy. But the assessments went up on average 18%. Well, on those years, they don't have to roll back. So instead of keeping 31 cents, they dinged everybody 98 cents.
So that's a loophole.
That's a loophole that I had a bill this last year to fix, and we will certainly visit that again.
We have a small school that had a 40-cent levy went on like a year ago. With this rollback, they lost almost half of what the voters voted for.
But Hancock allows for them to keep it, so they probably shouldn't have.
If they voted for it last year,
Oh, no, yeah, that's,
yeah, they voted for it last year.
right.
Yes, yes.
So you're right, Hancock needs to be looked at. And,
I think, and then that's all, something that lawmakers can deal with.
well, our eyes are on that, trust me.
Yeah. So,
Thank you, Representative. Any other inquiries for this witness? Yes. Representative Joe, you are recognized for inquiry when you get a microphone.
Test. Oh, it is on. I didn't think it was. To inquire, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, sir. I just had a quick question, I guess an idea or thought. At least in my district and from all of the thoughts that I hear from my constituents about their tax bills and Hancock and how that applies. One of the problems that a lot of people have is that Hancock limitation that you're talking about applies to the entire levy and not on anything more individual than that. So our levies may get rolled back and stay within that CPI factor, but when you look at it when somebody's looking at their own tax bill, they're not seeing that number. They're seeing whatever their number is, variance above or below that. And
I guess what number are you saying you're looking at? What you mean the increase in their total tax bill?
the increase in their total tax bill.
Okay, and so that would be within the CPI or the 5% increase. Is that what you're saying?
It is as applied to the entire levy over the entire taxing jurisdiction. On a personal level, they may go up 50%, they may go up whatever the percentage is, as long as it equals out and averages out over the entire jurisdiction and the levy to be that 2.9 or whatever it's supposed to be.
Well, I don't know. I'm not the one that figures levies, but I am been involved in it, and we are seeing them roll back to the ones that we've done so far. It is rolling back to the 2.9 or 2.9% right now. So I'm not sure what you're talking about there. I don't know that.
I guess my question is whether it's possible to apply Hancock on a more on a smaller scale, so that it limits individuals more than it does now. Where if you're in a big
Who's
county,
the individual you're talking about?
the individual homeowner.
I guess we're talking about the political subdivisions.
Yes.
Is what we're talking about, though. Not.
Okay, I'm probably asking that question in a bad way, but it's whether or not we can take that Hancock limitation and make it apply on an individual's tax bill more so than it does right now. Because right now you can counterbalance it by having a lot of people that don't go up as much, and some end up bearing a larger share
And
of
that's the
that
loophole that
burden.
I'm speaking of. That's the loophole I'm speaking of. Now, again, the credits, they're going to show on a tax bill, and everybody gets patted on the back, for showing this on a tax bill. If you mess with the 19%, you lower that, it's probably not going to show up on the tax bill as a number, but it is across the board for everybody, not just the individual's home, that is a homestead property. Everybody gets that. And, the way it's set up right now is that are you stopping me? I'm getting ready. Okay. Right now, the renters, someone that's renting something, they're getting nothing. They're getting nothing. This needs to be a broad thing. And I guess my last point is, don't grow government. Don't grow government. Because this is going to grow government. So,
Thank you for your testimony.
okay.
Thanks for your testimony. Appreciate it. All right, next up, is it Jeff Hancock? All right, please come up, introduce yourself.
My name is Jeff Hancock, and a little bit of background on myself. I'm from Lebanon. I graduated from Lebanon. I came from a 6th-generation farm, halfway. I've been in city management 50 years, Mr. Chappell, and he knows me from some of my cities. Worked for assistant in Kansas City and small. My first city was Camdenton. My last city was Camdenton, and then I retired. But I've had a company called Interim Solutions where I place interim city managers throughout the state. I've got one in Normandy and one in Kennett, and we do a lot of other things. So that I live in Camdenton. Now, I'm also the uncle, or my uncle was Mel Hancock. And so I know the Hancock Amendment inside out because I, as a city manager, I took a lot of flack over a lot of things over the last 50 years. And so I want to share a few things with you. And the issue that you were getting at is absolutely correct. From a standpoint, it's the total aggregate, and that's the issue. But it's in the Constitution, and he made it that way in the Constitution. And, of course, we had a big issue on fees, and we got through that through some other issues. But I'm not here to preach, even though I sound like it. There is another provision that that people forget about, and that is the mandate provision that says that anything that the state does and puts it back on the local government, they can come back and the state is supposed to pay for it. And in my way of thinking, unfortunately, no one has challenged that, including Missouri Municipal League or whatever. So the gentleman, and very good presentation by the gentleman, 30 seconds, holy smokes. Okay, good comment. But I have been working with districts. You know, there's 1,600 special districts, and you're dealing with this with a sledgehammer. And for example, I heard somebody from Benton County. There's a fire district there. They have property tax. They don't have sales tax. They don't have a total of $60,000. And what I would review the statutes and give local options to the public. Ohio uses the income tax. They use other things, and I'm going to stop.
Don't leave though, sir. No,
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for this? Representative Chappell, you are recognized to inquire. Maybe you can finish some of your thoughts, sir.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
No. Some of these microphones he has to turn on physically over there. So it should be good now.
That's okay. I can. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hancock, it is good to see you again.
Good to see you, sir.
We did do similar work for many years, and I knew your uncle as well, as you know.
Yeah.
He and my father wrote legislation on my dining room table when I was just a kid. And I had great admiration and respect for the congressman. The congressman, as I recall, you knew him better than I, but as I recall, was really strongly anti the growth of government.
Oh, absolutely.
And his issue about mandates, if I recall correctly, was that the state cannot compel local jurisdictions to do a thing that they're not doing without funding that being done.
You are correct.
But with the mandate as it's written in the Constitution, and as you know, I've taught it for a few years, but with the mandate in the Constitution dictate that if the state alters the way in which taxation is accomplished, that the state would then be responsible for picking up the slack in the differentiation between the taxes collected and what were previously collected?
I'm not sure about that, but I am when the gentleman from Benton County commented about that you're putting on all of these.
100%. The gentleman from Webster, by the way.
Webster.
Yeah, he and I actually went to high school together. I've known him for 45 years. I know a lot of people in this room, by the way, and a lot of people know where I live, so I'm being really, really cautious with my words. However, I just want to be clear.
Yeah, right.
I don't think anybody in this committee is trying to impose more on the political subdivisions, nor are we trying to impose more on the citizenry. I just believe, as you've stated, that the Hancock Amendment in our Constitution has to be dealt with. But I would argue, sir, and I would appreciate your comment, it ought to be handled in the spirit in which it was written, and maybe not the manipulated way in which it's been interpreted over the last 45 years.
Well, one is it's never been challenged. For example, there are fees, state DNR fees that come down, and cities have to pay for those, and they pass it on, but there's never been a challenge of those. I'm just saying it's in the Constitution, and he put it in there for a Constitution. With the Constitution's different than a state statute. And so there may need to be a vote on a Constitution on different things. All I was getting at, what he was saying, if you put on more cost,
Totally agree.
cost to implement this, it could be open to legal challenge.
Well, the congressman was not much younger than you are now when this was put into the Constitution, and maybe this is a project we can work on to see if we can't fix things the way it ought to be.
Yeah.
And I'm at your disposal.
Well, thank you. I'm just
Thank you, Representative.
good old boy.
Any further questions for this witness? Seeing none, gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next up, listen, I'm going to apologize. David, third person to sign on the list. Perhaps you're a doctor. No offense to doctors out there. David, maybe D.A.
N.
N.
Can I hold my response till last?
Sure, we can do that. Yep. I don't remember seeing that in the rule book anywhere that you couldn't do that. So I will move you to last, sir. David Jenkins.
Thank you for being here this evening. My name is David Jenkins. I do live in Laclede County. I do, as an individual homeowner here in Laclede County, over the last 4 years, I have seen my property taxes go up or down upwards of $200. Now, with the increase that we're looking at coming on, possibly of 30% this year, that's a $400 jump just on my property taxes for my home. That's a month of groceries for my family. There's got to be a better way instead of jumping up 30% on the Missourians who do struggle in our county and our state to have a better plan. We should be able to stretch it out if it's multiple over 3 years, 4 years, to make that jump up slowly, raise it up $100, raise it up $90, not a full 30% on one family at Christmas time. Turn of the holidays. That is part of the highest suicide rates in our nation is during the holidays, and adding that additional financial burden to those families are not only going to cause a hardship for them, but either their workplace, because their attitudes are going to change. They're going to have a harder time getting into work. They're going to have a higher stress level that could come back into the family home with their children, their spouse. So raising up a possibility of 30% could be detrimental to a lot of families in our state. We need to be able to figure out a way to raise that incrementally over 3 to 4 years. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your testimony. Any questions for this witness? Representative Taylor, if you get a microphone, you are recognized for any questions.
Excellent. Mr. Jenkins, thanks for coming. Good evening.
Good evening,
Good
sir.
evening. Thank you very much for sharing that. I greatly appreciate that. The 30% increase would be over 2 years. So are you saying that you think 15% per year is still a little?
I think 15% a year is still kind of high. You figure every $1,000, that's $150. I'm paying $1,400 a year right now
Okay.
for my 1.5 acres here in the county.
Okay. Do you have an option of paying quarterly, or would you entertain that? What are your thoughts on paying property taxes quarterly?
I pay biannually in the state of Georgia on my home out there. I pay $1,700 a half. I have a home in Savannah, Georgia. So paying quarterly, that could be stretched out and probably be more financially fit because you could see ahead of time where I need to scrimp a little bit here, maybe not get that 6-pack of beer, go out to dinner.
Exactly.
Manage my money as a household family a little bit easier. But at Christmas time at $400 possibility, that's outrageous, to be frank.
And that's why I specifically asked, $400 once at Christmas is a lot different than spreading it out quarterly or so. Now we're talking about something that I could find a way to fit that into the budget.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I wanted to get your specific words on this. What do you think about quarterly payments, breaking it up quarterly?
That's a really good question. I'd have to talk to my wife about that one. Let's be honest about that. She wears the pants in the family, as you can see. She cut mine off.
Right.
So, but in all actuality, I think quarterly could be manageable, but
Okay.
maybe biannually would be financially sounder over maybe a 2-year window instead of quarterly over one.
Well, the
Maybe
idea
you
being,
break it out just a little bit every 6 months. Have that smaller hit every 6 months over 2 years, as opposed to 4 hits over that 1 year.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your frank and candor. Thank you,
Yes, sir.
Now, listen, I told you this looked like a good group, so I appreciate it. Representative Davison, you're recognized for inquiry. Let's stretch that far.
Thank you, Representative Chappell. Your name was David, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. And I think there's nothing that probably stops what the representative was suggesting, whether it's putting some money aside each quarter or each half a year or whatever it might be, maybe making that burden at Christmas time a little less. But I think what you're really speaking to is that burden exists in the first place, right?
It is there, yes.
It's a 19% burden this year, or maybe a 15% burden next year. Or if you go up to St. Louis County, it's 30%. If you're down in Green where I'm at, it was anywhere from 14 to 18%. I think you're talking more about the burden as a whole and whether or not that burden's spread out over the year or concentrated in December. And I think the representative makes a great point. I think we should look at legislation on whether or not we want to do it in December or a different part of the year just to offer a little bit of alleviation. But at the same time, I think it's incumbent upon us not to offer a different timeline and pretend like we've given you a solution.
Correct.
Because the real problem isn't just the timing. I mean, that's ancillary to the real problem. The real problem is that we've got a tax process here that ends up being totally unpredictable. And I know one of the things we hear quite often, especially is for those who are on fixed incomes, which eventually we're all going to be there one day. And when it comes to a fixed income, it's not that you can't afford to have a 2.9% increase, or you can't afford to have an appropriate Hancock amendment that caps it at 5%. It's that it's at least predictable, and you can plan before you get into that fixed income. Hey, we can account for these things in the future. And right now we're in a system that has that's become unpredictable, and is harder to hold to account, and it's harder to make account for that in your own personal home. So I appreciate you being here, and I just wanted to clarify and make sure I understood what you saw as the real challenge here, which is that we've got times in which our property rates are increasing, our assessments are increasing by 19%, as you would put it. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Rep. Thank you, Representative. Any further questions for this witness? Seeing none, gentlemen, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, up next, Stephen Short. Welcome. Introduce yourself.
Welcome. Stephen Short from Fairgrove in Greene County, and Honorable Missouri House Special Interim Committee on Property Tax Reform. My name is Stephen Short from Fairgrove. I'm a taxpayer and member of the Greene County Senior Services Fund Board. Tonight I speak just for myself as a taxpayer. I support property tax reform that sustains the vital levy-funded mission of keeping seniors in their homes for as long as they can safely do so. The Greene County Senior Services Tax Board supports local agencies that provide programs that will improve the health, nutrition, and quality of life of persons who are 60 years of age or older. The impact of shrinking federal and state funding already is being felt by seniors who are served by community agencies. These agencies provide nutritional meals, transportation services, and home maintenance programs at low cost, just to name a few of the needs met. We strive not only to have seniors living at home as long as they are physically able, but we want them to not be isolated and have access to medical care, companionship, and enjoyment. The levy received, our levy received grants budgets of $3.5 million, supports over 25 local agencies, greater than 50% provided in home services, greater than 20% health, medical, and dental, greater than 50% transportation, and greater than 10% in meals, legal, educational, and other. It's our hope that the baby is not thrown out with the bathwater. The citizens of Greene County created the senior tax levy, as well as several other tax levies to support the programs that are deemed necessary in service to the county residents. It is our hope that the current senior tax levy will be continued in its present form so that we can continue to serve the many seniors who benefit from the services of agencies. I hope reform includes providing a Missouri Tax Commission with the ability to ensure the fair and efficient collection of property taxes across the state. There may be wide disparities among counties in how they implement property tax assessment and collection. We would encourage the committee to not only look at examples of counties that are problematic, but also to find exemplary counties within the state. We should hold these best programs up and raise the bar for counties with poor practices.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Keep turning this thing off, so I'm not bumping it. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate the testimony. Representative Taylor, you are recognized for inquiry.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Short, thank you very much for coming. The senior tax levy, does this renew every 5 or 10 years? Tell me a little bit about how frequently you vote on renewing this levy.
In 2005, the citizens of Greene County voted this tax levy in. At that time, it was a 5 cent per hundred ad valorem tax. It is with Hancock down to 0.4 and a decimal point. So Hancock has provided relief to our taxpayers.
Does the levy ever expire? Does it have to be revoted on?
No,
it never expires.
No, to my knowledge, it does not expire. And when it's voted on, counties have choice of a property tax or sales tax. Only a few communities in the Boot Hill, I understand, use the sales tax to fund their senior levy tax.
Mm-hmm. You vote. The people of Greene voted. They approved the levy in 2005. It stays there forever, or until the people of Greene decide that they no longer want it?
I assume that the Greene Counties could vote to absolve that tax.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I'm not aware of anybody that's done that.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Mr. Short, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, from the State Tax Commission, Gary Romine, you're up next. Gentlemen, I appreciate you coming to testify, and all those who follow on the list,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Gary Romine, Chairman of the State Tax Commission. With me, I have Debbie McGinnis, Commissioner, Dan Hutton, our Legislative Liaison, and Greg Osbury, our General Counsel. They're standing right behind me. We are here mainly to answer questions. We appreciate the hearing a few weeks ago. There was a lot of good insight and information that came out of that hearing, and we look forward to working and providing ourselves available and services to work in the process and see what we can do to address the issues. Obviously, one of the things that we've proposed or concerned about is the Hancock Amendment. We feel like that the assessors could be more free to do their job if they can assess property at market value, as they have testified and witnessed to and give under oath that they would do. And if the Hancock was effective as it should be, 2.9 would be the maximum tax increase that our citizens should see. And that's the goal, is to have a good, effective assessment process, but also have a check and balance system where that the tax responsibility on the taxpayer is kept under control.
thank you, gentlemen. I think each of the committee members should have gotten a response from the State Tax Commission from some of the questions we had. With that knowledge, are there any questions for the Commissioner? Representative Steinhoff, you are soon. Hand me send that microphone there.
Thank you for joining us again. I just want to clarify something that you just said, that 2.9, if Hancock is followed, you said 2.9%.
That's CPI, correct.
Right, but that is not for individual taxpayers.
Right, and some of
And
the,
I just want to make sure everybody in here is hearing that is,
It's the
you stating
aggregate.
that is not saying that will be the cap for individual taxpayers.
correct.
Also, when you say that Hancock is not working, I know that last time there was some testimony suggesting that some people weren't following it.
Well, there's some concern about the debt service levy and how it's applied to Hancock and not being affected by the rollback.
Okay, just the rollback, not necessarily the taxing entities,
Correct.
because they are following Hancock.
The best that we could tell, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Van Slyke, I think you have your hand up down there. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, there you go. I'm an auctioneer microphone. If you just go ahead and leave it up, I'll back it off a little bit. Thank you all for being here to testify again. Appreciate it very much. One of the questions we had last time was about the statute that requires an ombudsman.
Yes.
Yeah. You said several different things were said about that position, about why we don't have an ombudsman. Could you go into that a little bit further about why we don't have an ombudsman when the state law requires it?
It was after it was enacted, there was several years, or the first 2 or 3 years that it was on the table, it was presented in the budget and was not funded. And so commissions before me evidently felt like if it wasn't going to get funded, they stopped presenting it to the governor's desk for consideration.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner McGinnis,
Yes.
Did you say that you ask for it every year and you're always told no?
No, I wasn't on the commission then. So if I did say that, then I misspoke. I
Okay,
do know that it's been asked for in the past.
I will take that as that you misspoke on that. I appreciate that very much. Because I did go back and look at the record this year of your testimony to the Budget Committee. And the first thing that was asked by Chairman Deaton was if you had filled the legislative liaison position that had been asked for. And you said, yes, you had. And Dan Hutton holds that position. So the committee has asked for positions to be filled, and you filled those committees that have been asked for, right?
Correct.
Okay. Part of my line of questioning on this, part of my line of thought on this is, when I first got in the legislature, we had Medicaid expansion. And we tried to not fund Medicaid expansion. Matter of fact, we put a 0 in the budget for Medicaid expansion. And the Missouri Supreme Court told us that because we funded Medicaid at all, we funded Medicaid expansion. It's my thought that because we fund the State Tax Commission, we fund an ombudsman position.
And we're discussing, and we're very much interested in putting it in our budget proposal this year.
I would very much appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Very much appreciate that. I appreciate you wanting to do something with the Hancock Amendment. I've got a letter here that I believe you received from our DeKalb County Commission requesting. Okay, somebody asked me to explain what an ombudsman is. An ombudsman is a person who represents the people of Missouri within the State Tax Commission, who works for the people, and it helps keep things up on the up and up, out in the open, that everything's transparent. The people, everybody can understand what the commission's doing in their work. Is that correct?
The ombudsman is a liaison for the taxpayer, yes.
Correct. Very good.
Representative, I'm gonna have to cut you off here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Commissioner McGinnis, would you state your name in the microphone? And folks, whenever you come up to this mic, it's very direct, so make sure you're talking right in front of it.
I am Debbie McGinnis.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Representative Chaplin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so the 2.9% for this year, which is CPI, that is the limitation for the aggregate of the political subdivision in question.
Correct.
But the individual properties may or may not, and in fact, it would be crazy if they all came out to a 2.9% increase, right? I mean, that almost never happens.
I can see that.
I mean, is that accurate?
True.
And is it accurate that although I'm sure that everyone here tonight who is involved in county government, I'm sure they are all honest, hardworking, honorable men and women who have nothing but the greatest of care and concern for their constituency. I don't doubt that. In fact, I know almost everybody who is a county official in here, and I don't doubt that at all. But in your experience, Commissioner, are all counties created equally?
In what respect?
Well, I mean, there's people that do not do their assessments, that have not been in compliance for many, many years, decades even. Many of them have picked favorites. And because I'm a member of this organization, their assessment's going to be far lower than our competing organization over here. I mean, we do have example of that, do we not?
What we have done is stayed in our process of observing sales ratio studies, which determines whether or not a county is within their maintenance plan.
Now that's what y'all do, and I understand that. But I'm saying that it is entirely possible that individuals that have taken an oath to serve within their individual counties, they have not equally applied the law in every case. There are bad whatever in every walk of life, right?
Well, I guess that's why it's such a hot topic right now. The MOUs that were issued is that we have addressed the counties that do have a disparity within their ratio studies and the amount of assessments. And so we have acknowledged those with those assessors and have done what we can to encourage them to raise their assessed values to meet those market values.
Sure. So if we recognize that there may very well be some county officials across the state, unknown to us here tonight, right? If we assume that there may be some that are not doing it correctly, I want to focus in on when you say that the Hancock Amendment may not be accurately being applied to certain political subdivisions. And you said it had to do with debt. Debt service. Whose?
Well, the majority of the responses that we received is school districts.
And as a matter of fact, isn't the average property tax somewhere around 70, 75%, maybe as high as 83% I've seen in one instance?
As far as the
The total amount of property tax going to the school district as opposed to the political subdivisions within a county?
It's a significant number. Yes.
It is. So now the superintendent for my school district is here, and I know that he is an honest and honorable man who cares for the citizenry, and we've talked about this extensively. But again, not all superintendents may be created equally, right?
I understand that.
Let us close the loophole on that then and make everybody play on the same field.
I agree with that 100%.
Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Representative Burns, you're recognized for an inquiry, wherever you are.
Hi, thank you. And I'm Representative Burns from Wentzville out in St. Charles County. We saw you here last time, and thank you for coming again. So I have a couple questions about the constitutionality of fairness based on different counties across the state having different ways they manage their values. So right off the bat, some of my neighboring counties in my area are not mandatory reporters of sales price. So I believe they go off cost or their friend's a real estate agent. Mine goes off a lot of the reported prices. And one of the things that is a concern of mine in my area, and I'm just going to use $500,000 for an example. If a home sells for $500,000 in my area, it happens quite often that they go ahead and replace countertops, cabinets, paint, flooring, all kinds of cosmetics. It gets rolled in the sales price, and then they pay for those contractors after the closing. So now somebody who hasn't had an opportunity to fix up their house is now getting assessed against somebody who wrapped up a $500,000 sale, which may have only been $350,000 had they not done the improvement. But that's not what's happening in other counties. So I do question some fairness on that. The other thing that came to mind was Representative next to me asked why there was such a steep increase. And someone said from your department, well, you wanted to be kind to them, essentially was the words, because of COVID. But nobody offered my county kindness. Ours went up. And so I want to talk about how are we going to address this? And I don't want to see Missourians suffer in his county. I don't believe in beating on them makes my life more fair. But I do think that we have a big problem there.
Well, one of the steps that is important in the process is that when a home is going to be assessed, particularly over 15%, then a notice needs to be sent out to the taxpayer that they're going to increase by 15%, and they give the taxpayer an opportunity for an interior inspection for just that reason, that they may not have had all those upgrades that the house next to them experienced. You can still make that same appeal whether it's 15%, but by statute, the assessor is required to notify the homeowner that their taxes are going to go up by more than 15% and offer an interior inspection at the time of that visit that they're going to make. So,
but my point is, somebody that doesn't have mandatory reporting of their sales price isn't going through that process. Does that make sense? So someone, and I didn't even know that was really happening. Like I didn't think about that until the committee, so I'm really thankful we have it. But there was a story where assessors from other counties have their real estate friends write up what they think the houses are worth. Well, I would love our assessor to have one of his buddies perhaps write ours up, because our assessor is a great guy, and it probably wouldn't result in such high increases that we've been experiencing in my county.
well, one of the responsibilities of local assistants or technical assistants, whatever title you want to give them, we have, I believe, 8 on staff. They divide out the 115 taxing jurisdictions, and they spend every week, 4 days a week, traveling to the counties they're responsible for. One of the duties is to work with the assessor on getting comps or getting sales data to put together those sales ratio studies or put together those sales data. And so there is an effort from our agency with the assessor to try to find as comparable or as equal or as valid sales data as possible when they're trying to put together the ratio study.
Okay, would it be fair? Okay, one last question. Would it be fair to have us get a break?
4 minutes, Representative.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate it. Follow up. Representative Warren, you are recognized for an inquiry.
All right, very good. So I'm going to go back to the ombudsman for a moment again. And I'm kind of a little disappointed. I think what I heard, maybe I misheard is what I'm going to say, is I probably misheard what was just said. Because I think in our last meeting, I thought it was presented that it had been requested this past budget cycle. But you guys are telling me now that it's been many cycles since the ombudsman has been asked for and not given. And so the state tax commission believes because one time it was asked for, it shouldn't be asked for again.
I believe it was asked for more than once.
But I'm sorry, yeah, in years past when it was first established.
Correct.
Which I believe was in.
Please, if you're going to inquire or if you're going to respond, please get to the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
It's not picking you up.
Yes.
But within the last decade, has it been asked for?
I don't believe so.
Okay, and so, again, and I said this in our last hearing, the aspect of that being state statute, that it's required that the tax commission have that position, but yet we're going to say to our assessors, because of state statute, we're going to enforce that you meet state statute, but the commission doesn't have to do that. Anyway, thank you.
Well, again, we would be happy to address the issue this year and put it in the budget. I've been on the commission 5 years. It's not been an issue. It's not been a request. I apologize for that. But now that it's on our radar, we want to do what's right, and we're more than happy to put it as part of our budget request.
All right.
Chairman, I'm sorry, could I have one last question?
You do have time.
Thank you, very good. So, again, being asked for in the budget and then seeing your FTEs, that could be addressed as well, right? I mean, you wouldn't have to ask specific for the ombudsman because your budget would allow for that. You would just, I've had some I've had some representative ask me about this, and I think it's important to recognize that there could be money in your budget currently that would allow you to put this ombudsman in place, that you wouldn't have to ask for more in the FTEs.
By state requirement of having the ombudsman, that may be an option that we have to look at. We were at 90-something FTEs, and right now the state tax commission's at 37. We have been cut very, very thin on the staffing that we have. We are very frugal. We are very conservative with our budget and how we spend our money and our staffing. We want to make sure we have plenty of staff to get out in the field and work with the assessors. We have 3 people that are responsible for assessing the utilities, the railroads, the airlines all across the state. We have 4 in the legal department handling 20,000 appeals. So it's not like we have folks sitting around not really having anything to do. But again, this is something that you guys have asked for. This is something we're going to look at.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, and Mr. Chair,
You're welcome. Thank you.
appreciate that.
You bet. Representative Davison, you have an inquiry? Representative Murphy does. All right. You may proceed.
I hope the audience is starting to figure it out. These things are not handled the same everywhere. The MOU system has become kind of a hot topic. Now, I understand what you're doing. You know, they're required to assess, and if they don't assess, there should be something done about it. But on the other hand, if they don't assess and it's equal throughout their entire, there's no harm done because that county is going to get the same amount of tax, whether they assess and roll it back or whatever. So it seems to me it was a little strong-armed, you know, saying if you don't sign an MOU, we're going to hold back funds and so forth. When frankly, all they have to do is just reassess everybody a 1% increase and they're perfectly all right with you because you're not auditing how much the increase actually went up. I will tell you that in Jackson County, you know, they went and raised 85,000 houses by 14.9% because they didn't want to go out and do an inspection. Well, you know, that's just fraud. We don't do anything about that. But yet we're going to
argue with other, counties that are just happy with the assessments as they are, and we're threatening them. I just don't think it's a good look for the state. I don't think that's what the state should be doing. I think we should be looking at a system that works the same everywhere, because right now this system doesn't work. When we talk about Hancock applies to everywhere in the state except for Jackson County. So when they raise their taxes or their assessments 30%, their bills go up 30%. Nothing gets rolled back. That's absurd. That's what this committee is about. We're here to try to find answers for all of these questions. But I would say to you, I think that you probably, it's a bad look what you did, and you ought to rethink it.
Can I respond? Yeah. Representative, I appreciate the thoughts, but what we're looking at is there's taxing authorities that overlap several counties. Like I believe I mentioned before, when I was on the board for Menard Area Community College, we had 7 or 8 counties. And if you got one county that says we're going to keep it low for our citizens, then that county's not providing the same amount of tax dollars to support that community college as the other counties around. Again, talk about fairness, that's not fair in that regard to the counties that are assessing at full value. And the MOUs as a tool, the maintenance plan is the main guide for the assessor and the tax commission to come up with what is to take place. And the maintenance plan calls for being at market value. And again, market value is in so many different places, even in the oath of the assessor, that they will assess to market value. That is a promise that they've made that they will do as they do their job. And so when you look at it from that perspective, if they don't do that, then they're not honoring their job within their county. If they don't,
no, I get that. And I believe that they should be doing their job. I just don't think it's a good look the way we handled it. Right. I'm not questioning about whether or not it should be done. I'm questioning about the way it was handled by the tax commission.
Representative, I have to stop, time's up. So, Representative Harbison, you wish to inquire? You are recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming out tonight. Thank you, committee. Thank you to the State Tax Commission. I have a question. Your position, 3 of you, is appointed by the governor. Is that correct?
yes.
So you're an appointed position. I want to go back to one of these letters, and I have a copy here, to one of my counties, to where the State Tax Commission wrote them a letter and is going to take the responsibilities of the assessor, which is voted on by the people, elected official, the county clerk, as well as the Board of Equalization. Is that correct? What authority, you being into an appointed position, gives you the right to take over the authority of an elected official?
Please identify yourself.
Yes, sir. I'm Greg Allisbury. I'm the Chief Counsel for the State Tax Commission. Meg, are you asking for the statutory authority, or are you asking on a general
yes, I'm
policy
asking
sense?
What gives the State Tax Commission, as appointed positions, to take over the responsibility stated in the letter plainly? What gives them the right to take over the value, placing the value on property? What gives them the right to supersede an elected official?
Well, it's throughout the statutes and case law, but I point you to one in particular as a starting point, 138.400. We were talking about that today during our meeting, which says that it's the duty of the State Tax Commission to compel county clerks to enter assessment figures.
Excuse me, compel, does it say govern? Does it say oversee?
Well, it's the duty of the State Tax Commission, right, to, I don't remember if it says compel or what it is, but the
wording means a lot, obviously, in the law.
Sure, if somebody has it here, we could read it. But in any event, it's not discretionary on the part of the State Tax Commission to whether or not we do this. So.
There's case law.
Sure, and there's case law going back 100 years that were cases that have come before the Missouri Supreme Court where boards of equalization or county clerks have refused to extend the assessment figures that were issued by the Tax Commission and equalization orders, and Missouri Supreme Court has uniformly ruled that the orders of the State Tax Commission supersede the desires of the local officials.
Representative Harbison, if I may, Representative Bishop Davison has that wording if you wanted to.
All right, go ahead.
Sure. It's 138.400 certification evaluation changes adjustments. This would be subsection 2. It says it shall be the duty of the State Tax Commission to require of clerks of the several county commissions of this state and of the assessor in St. Louis City to keep up the aggregate valuation of real and tangible personal property in their respective counties as fixed by the State Tax Commission, and to return such aggregate values to the State Tax Commission upon the adjournment of the Board of Equalization. The clerks may amend the aggregate values returned to the State Tax Commission at any time on or before December 31st of the year of assessment. Is that the section you're...
Exactly.
Representative Harbison, you can continue if you'd like.
Yeah.
A bit more time.
So you three will you accept the responsibility then of that?
It's
okay. Well, the thing that I'll just comment on it briefly. One of the things, and I'll refer to one of my counties. Say I'm an assessor in Reynolds County, and you got a large company there that pays the majority, but still yet they protest their taxes. They have the ability to protest their taxes. Why should I, if I was the State Tax Commission, go and try to put the burden on mom and pop to make up the difference because they don't have the ability to protest theirs as the luxury of the dollars, to hire legal representation to do that, and that's the struggle that we have a lot of times in our third-class counties is, we're trying to put the burden on mom and pop, which spent a lifetime paying for a property. Now, due to the fact that they don't have the legal representation, they're getting priced out of their homes.
Well, keep in mind that before almost any appeal gets to the State Tax Commission, the appeal first has to go to the Board of Equalization. And in most counties, boards of equalization are comprised of elected county commissioners.
I understand.
Probably have a number of them here tonight. And you don't need a lawyer to appear in front of the BOE. And when a case does get to the State Tax Commission, there is a presumption, a legal presumption, that the Board of Equalization's assessment is correct.
Okay. Gentlemen, I'm going to have to stop you there, Representative.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Representative Job, you are recognized for an inquiry, if you still have one.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to go back and hit on something I'd asked about earlier. I take it face value that everybody acting in the system is an honest and forthright worker in the system. As far as I have looked, every taxing jurisdiction and every levy that I've looked into is in keeping with Hancock. They do the rollbacks. They work with the auditor's office and make sure everything is what it's supposed to be. The rub seems to be, to me, in that it seems like we have the protections we need, but that the protections are at a 5,000-foot level. And I think there's a little over 20 of us sitting at this table. So just by way of example, if you were assessing all of our properties, and you increased mine by 100%, and everybody else at the table, you kept them flat at a 0% increase, that result would be within Hancock generally, and there wouldn't be any rollback required. What we would end up with is I would have a tax bill that is double what it was last year, and everybody else would stay the same. And that seems to be where there's a missing piece that and I'm trying to figure out what it is too, a way that we can impose those protections on a lower level, or make sure that it's more uniform across the board, so that we don't end up with some part of our jurisdiction bearing a large increase and others not.
And I appreciate that question. I'm going to ask Dan, our legislative liaison. He's been working on language, trying to address this very issue, that it should be more individually based than aggregate based, but I'll let him speak to it.
Yeah.
Dan Hutton, legislative liaison with the State Tax Commission. What I have been looking at is applying Hancock to subclasses of property. So, in other words, if your residential properties went up above the Hancock level, that individual subclass of properties would then be subject to the 2.9% of the CPI, or 5%, which is 2.9%, and commercial likewise, and ag as well, if it ever went up that much. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Excuse me. There have been some questions here from some folks. The acronyms that we're using, CPI, Consumer Price Index is what CPI stands for. Also, what is an MOU? That's a memorandum or a memo of understanding. That would have gone out to many assessors across the state as it applies to assessing in those counties. And then, if anybody's interested, the 138.380 is the statute that defines the duties and powers of the State Tax Commission. So I think there were some questions about that. Representative Vice Chair Reedy, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to inquire.
Yes, please.
Thank you all for being here today. Appreciate the time. I just got 2 or 3 things. First of all, the thing that Mr. Hutton said about levies by subclass and rolling those levies back by subclass. I actually had an amendment that went on Murphy's bill this last year that would have done that, because it's in law right now, but it gave counties and districts the opportunity to opt out of it. I think there is 1 county and 1 city in the state that does it. My amendment would have just said, hey, you can't opt out of that, so that you would have to calculate a levy by subclass. So that was this last session. I'll be glad to work with you on wording on that again. The other 2 questions I have that I would like to address, I think I asked you at the last meeting how many appeals you still had in your possession that had not been resolved. This is taxes that, and you said between 19 and 20,000 appeals that are sitting on the books, that people have had to pay the taxes under protest, many times more taxes than they owe. They're probably going to get a refund if they ever get through the process. And I think some of these appeals are quite old and they have not been resolved. And when we were, Representative Van Scoik was talking about budgetary things, and I believe you said, I said, what would it take to solve that? And I believe Commissioner McGinnis said another hearing officer. Is that something you can go to the legislature and say, we need additional hearing officers to get these things resolved so that people have their money back in their pocket? Is that a possibility, you think?
We are more than willing to ask for more money.
I get that. But reality, when you've got 20,000 appeals sitting out there that have not been resolved, you've got districts up in the air, you've got taxpayers, and those are the people I'm really concerned about. It's people that have had to pay. You are a collector.
Yes, absolutely.
And they pay them under protest on the higher value. Mm-hmm. And if it's reduced, then they get the refund back. But if they're waiting all this time, they're entitled to have that money back. And so I'd like to see that. The other thing I want to ask has to do with your ratio studies. And I may be dating myself a little bit. When I was county assessor, the way they did a ratio study, they picked 35 to 40 random parcels of real estate in your county, whether they had sold or not. And staff went out and they appraised them. They compared them to the assessor's value. And that's how you came up with the ratio. Is that still the way you do it? Or are you just doing ratios off of newly sold properties?
That's how we're doing it.
I would need to ask Larry Jones, our local assistant manager, but in my conversation with him, they use as many different avenues to determine values as possible, and I believe that was one of them that was mentioned.
But are you using the random sample system that they used to use? They would pull 35 to 40 samples. They would go out and appraise them, compare them, and then see where the assessor stood. So you might have a property that hadn't sold for a long time that would be in that ratio study, but you were getting a good picture of what was going on countywide. And this plays into what Representative Burns was talking about. Many times on these newly sold properties that have just sold, people have went in and done a great cosmetic job to those properties, and it's elevated the prices, and that's what our people are paying taxes on, is a price out there that has been elevated, but that's not the normal home out there. That is not what we are charging people taxes on, but they're getting based upon these new sales. That is just, I call it a cosmetic job. Go in and touch up all the paint, position everything good, get that buyer in there and get their money. And with that, I'll wrap it up. I just wanted to ask those 3 questions, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Strickler, you're recognized for inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One question that we've had discussion about, why it's important to have different counties assessing accurately, why you don't want to have one way or another. Are there issues with that as regards to like school formula funding or something? Is there any overlap in that space or not?
When the formula was revised several years ago, the local effort was not as important in part of the formula for the foundation. Now the state has its formula for how much dollars per pupil should be eligible going to the student. So it's not as significant now as it was.
As it used to be. Okay. And the other thing I'll say, I'll just comment that I agree with some of what we've been hearing from Representative Burns, Representative Reedy, just about the new kind of the using the comparisons and enforcing the comparisons to new homes that are very different from the folks who may have lived in their home for 30 years and haven't touched it up and haven't made it more than touched up, beautiful for resale. And I don't know if you have suggestions for assessors on how to go from what is probably premier market price to what is, market price for someone who is not planning to sell.
And I don't mind having that conversation with Larry, but I would like to think our local assistants are having that conversation with the assessor to come up with the most accurate way to get data to show what the market value is for homes in that area. One of the recommendations that we put forward for several years now in our legislative request is COV, but until we can protect the consumer's data and information, I'm very much a privacy person and want to protect information. If we can find a way that those sales can only be used by the recorder or on a need-to-know basis only, I think COV would satisfy a lot of our concerns about whether or not we're at market value on homes.
And for those who don't know, COV, Certificate of Value, which some counties have to do, like mine in Jackson.
Jackson and St. Louis County are the only two.
Are the only two that have. In St. Charles,
yeah.
Yep, those 3, and the rest don't have that certificate of value where homeowners have to, where the sales data on the home goes to the county to help the assessors essentially.
And right now, most assessors, and maybe all, I just know a couple of properties I bought, the assessors sent out a letter and asked to provide the data on the purchase price of that property. It's strictly a volunteer basis.
It's a voluntary COV light?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Davison, you are recognized for inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You had mentioned earlier, 1,600, I think, taxing subdivisions. I know there's over 2,400, which I know is over half of all political subdivisions in the entire country. That's kind of a wild statistic every time I hear it. And you had suggested that if you had one county with less valuations than another county, then not everyone's contributing to that taxing subdivision the same. You do have some sort of statutory authority to raise, and I want to get into that in a moment. But don't you also have statutory authority to lower that valuation as well? Do you guys ever consider equalizing downward instead of equalizing upward?
Jackson County was a situation of that.
But throughout the other parts of the state, I guess.
Well, nobody's over 110%, and Jackson County was even in compliance when they did that.
And so because nobody's over 110%, you guys have decided that if there's a county that's decided not to assess values at a higher rate within a taxing subdivision as the same county that's decided to assess higher values, that county that's decided not to needs to raise their valuation?
Well, we don't have any authority over a taxing district. We don't have any authority over.
I'm speaking about the counties.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then can you restate your question?
Sure. So I'm trying to understand why in the instance, and I don't have a specific example in mind, in the instance where you have maybe two counties that are overlapped by a taxing subdivision, why it is equalizing upward instead of equalizing downward in those instances, when you think it's important that those
It
be
would be
equalized?
based on the the sales ratio between those two counties. So you wouldn't lower one that is closer to compliance just to get it down lower where it's not in compliance. So if one is at 90%, one county's at 90%, the adjoining county is on 70, we're going to ask the 71 to go up a little bit, not pull the 90 down, because that makes them out of compliance.
And so the compliance is determined by statute,
It's determined by their market value.
which is determined, because I'm going through the statute and I'm trying to find, I know we only have limited time here.
About 45 seconds.
Oh, do you? Well, I wanted to make another point, which is if you look at subsection 3 of that section we were talking about before, the authority you really have, because I didn't read the rest of it because I wasn't asked to, is to bring those equalizing boards back into a session if there's a material difference, not to tell them what they have to do or what they can do. Do you think that there's been an overstep? And if not an overstep statutorily, that we should do something statutorily about reining in the authority of the tax commission when it comes to butting it up against the authority of duly elected county assessors?
Okay, do you want to answer it? Okay. I'm just going to be real brief. The statute reference doesn't require the STC to call BOEs back into session. I think the word is may, but the case law is clear that equalization orders can be issued and are enforceable whether or not a BOE is called back into session. And you were asking about market value. I don't think they're going to find the term market value necessarily in the statute. The term that's used is true value in money. If you look at 137 and 115.1, but courts have construed true value in money to be equivalent to market value. And when assessors are first elected and they swear their oath of office, they swear to assess at cash value.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions. From what I can tell, the courts are a big part of this problem here. Based off the interpretation of the courts, we've decided that you guys have more authority than our assessors.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Overcast, you're recognized for an inquiry, and Representative Murphy, you've had your turn already, so you can't go back again. Sorry.
All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I do have a question from another representative, but I did want to, this might be better for legal, for the State Tax Commission, but since the omnibus position is statutorily created and, it's supposed to be appointed, is there anything else besides the statute that we might need to change to make the position an elected position? I know I probably I'll speak for myself, but I'm sure there's others on here that I generally have a disfavor on elected positions because, especially in the face of term limits, state agencies are less likely to work with legislators on key issues. So can you tell us if we wanted to make that an elected position, where we should start? Yes.
Make that an elected position without a term limit.
I'm sorry, I don't know if I will research the best of my ability to see if I can find an answer for you on that.
Okay, and another representative wanted to know, as far as when it comes to the counties that have been compliant or are currently compliant, do you see a way to legally and feasibly freeze those assessment or those values so that they're not going to continue to pay increases until hypothetically these other counties get to into compliance?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Can you kind of rephrase that for me?
Currently, there's some counties that are at 50%. There's others that are at 90 to 110%. I believe their question was they wanted to know whether or not there was a way to freeze those counties, the assessments, keep them from going up until the other counties catch up, so that way we're not has such a huge disparity.
Well, the problem is it's related to market value. It's not related to county. Your market value needs to be 90 to 110%. Disregard any county that's in compliance. The statute, the guidance that's provided to us to exercise our responsibility is driven by true value money or market value. It has nothing to do with the counties that are in compliance.
Right. So the ones that aren't in compliance, we're only freezing the ones that are until they become in compliance with constitutional.
We'll dig into this offline a little bit.
I didn't want to interrupt you, Representative, if you were still thinking there. So I think, not seeing any others, I think it comes to me. I had a question, or two actually. Go ahead and start my timer so I don't take advantage of the system. We discussed previously, my own presiding commissioner from Cooper County was here to testify. And I remember him the first meeting we had. And we talked about the issue of software and the troubles that my county specifically is having. I think it's other counties as well. What software programs are available to assessors to use? And do they have to be approved by the commission?
We have guidance in our assessor's manual that guides expectation of software. But DevNet and somebody else, Vanguard, those are a couple of the more popular CAMA systems.
But to the point, though, they're not restricted to only using those two products that you mentioned. It's pretty open as long as it meets the criteria of what it's supposed to do.
And according to our local assistance managers, some counties, smaller counties, are able to use closer to almost a manual system as long as they provide the data that meets the needs of the State Tax Commission. We will work with the assessor to use that data as well.
Okay. Well, as you recall, for our assessor, putting in the true value or the value of the home is impossible. If they put in $400,000, it automatically is kicking them to $260,000, something that effect. So there's a roadblock there within Cooper County that's causing a lot of issues. And according to our assessor and the way she's described it, I would agree that it's software that's the problem. It's not open enough to allow for it to be truly utilized the way it should be. So I'll check in on that. Second thing is, and this is an education, listen, all of us who sit up here know that we have a mess in this state, and we are gaining as much knowledge simultaneously as you all are. So when I ask these questions, truly for my benefit too, it's no more complicated process in this state than what we're dealing with right now. So you said that you requiring the counties to come to the 90 to the 110%. If an individual is already personally assessed at 105%, would the 15% that you're requiring the county to bring up increase that person who's already assessed into that range?
Our desire would be that the assessor be able to review neighborhoods or sections or know properties that are already at market value.
So, a couple of things. 15 seconds is all I got left. I'll have to bring it up later. So I'll ask a question offline. So
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other questions from anybody who hasn't? You all stood there a long time. I do appreciate you coming and testifying.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. Thank you. Listen, everyone, at this point, we're going to stand, I have to say this right, at ease, all right? That's the proper term. We're going to stand at ease for 10 minutes. 8/10 or 8 seconds or somewhere in that. So we've lost a few minutes. I would encourage all of you, we want you to testify, but again, if the topic has been discussed, we don't need to kick the same can over and over again. And please do come up here, not only with a complaint, but we want your recommendations and your suggestions too, possible ways to fix it, other ideas. I encouraged all of these folks early on, I may have said this already, but this directive from the Speaker of the House was to take on this task, but he gave no parameters. He said, do what you want. And what I want is to address everything, even that which is outside the box of what is normal for us. So if you have good ideas, bring them forth. Next up, Lance Mayfield.
Hi, my name is Lance Mayfield. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Representative Tony Harbison is my representative from Iron County, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify. I'm going to try to help make up some time here. Primarily, all of you at this table know that House Bill 1086 was passed overwhelmingly by you guys. We also got it in the Senate hearings, and that's related to taxation on vacation rental properties. We got it in front of the Senate hearings. It was passed in front of the Senate hearings. And then you know what happened with session and why it never went anywhere. So I want to thank you for that, understanding the issue. The issue primarily is those of us like me, who I'm in from Viburnum, Missouri, population 695. I'm in the insurance, real estate business, have local rental property, a little laundromat, and a vacation rental property down on Table Rock Lake. And primarily we bought that because my wife is a retired school teacher. Oh, and she knows I'm here. And that way she could supplement her retirement, our retirement ultimately, with a vacation rental business that creates extra revenue for us. And so we're just a mom and pop business. That's the only vacation rental property we own. Our kids kind of recognized, who are also in the education field and not paid handsomely, but have a passion for education. They started building and setting up vacation rental properties as well. So I have 2 adult children who have their own vacation rental property. One's at Eagle Rock and one's in Shell Knob, all on Table Rock Lake. So they've looked into the future and said, this looks like a good way for us to supplement our retirement. So I'm here to thank you for the support of common sense taxation for the vacation rental business. There are 10 counties in the state of over 100 that is really pushing the envelope about trying to tax these vacation rental properties as a commercial taxation. And where I believe that's wrong is if you drove up to my property, that's a cabin on Table Rock Lake, it's pretty obvious it's a house. It's not a gas station. It's not a commercial business of any type. It's insured as a residence. It was sold in real estate 11 years ago to me as a residence. If it was for sale again, it would be sold as a residence, not commercial. If it burned or blew away, it could not be set up, that property I own, anything commercial. You couldn't put that gas station there or a bakery or anything else. It's residential. So I just want to thank you. I want to let you know we're mom and pop businesses, and we're doing it to help the industry because last week I went out on the beach. We rented a home because my family that was there, my 2 daughters, my grandchildren, my wife and I, a motel can't accommodate what we wanted to do there. So in Branson Market, there's room for all of us. So thank you for the opportunity, and I'll entertain any questions you might have of me.
Appreciate your testimony, gentlemen. Are there any questions? Representative Del Taylor, please proceed. You're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
A residence where primary owner versus a business, barbershop, commercial business, bakery, commercial business. Why is a rental home an Airbnb? Where would an Airbnb fall?
Residence, if it's in a residence.
It's a business.
It is.
Shouldn't a business be taxed as a business?
If I was a tax accountant and worked out of my home, it would still be a residence. If I sold Avon out of my home, it would still be a residence. So I believe there's a fine line when somebody determines it's commercial or not. So I would tell you that if it's a residence and it was built as a residence and it's not in a zoned commercial property area, it would still be a residence.
What about something that might be a three-story building, six-family building that, you know, again, I'm using this as an Airbnb. Is that still residential, or where would you draw the line in some of these rental properties?
I would draw the line on, first off, what's it look like? If it looks like it's a commercial building, it's probably a commercial building. If it looks like a house, it's probably a house. I don't think you have to go too deep into that to recognize that.
I made the exact same point in one of our hearings earlier this year.
I was there and testified.
There was I think the family, the business took a bank in the downtown business district, and they converted a bank into an Airbnb, and it's right there on the main street, but it looks like a bank. And I said, yeah, and I think they were being taxed as a commercial business. So again, I throw that back at you. I think there is a line, and I think fundamentally, if you're my personal home where I live, where I lay my head, residential. But the minute that I'm starting to make a business out of this, and I'm collecting, and I'm trying to make a profit on this, I think we are crossing the line into something that might be commercial. You're saying if it looks like a home, I could be having a pretty lucrative Airbnb business out of that. I don't know that that's...
I would say there's some exceptions to that, but these are the same things you brought up during the hearing.
Tell me about some of the exceptions, because I value, and I see some other people listening to you. What are some of the exceptions?
What you mentioned about a 6-story building with multiple occupancies for Airbnb or vacation rental.
I said a 3-story, 6-family, 2 and 2.
That could be in the area where I think would be up for some discussion. The problem is that I understand, and I'm here to represent the Missouri Home Vacation Alliance because we have that statewide organization. And the problem becomes when an assessor just decides this is commercial because you have this in an LLC. And I have mine in an LLC because my attorney told me that's the way I need to put it based on my assets and based on what my trust says. So I'm following attorney's advice based on that only. So again, I think there's some gray area there that we could work out. But when you all voted overwhelmingly to support 1086, I believe you really did get the issue.
Thank you.
Any other questions for this witness?
Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you. Appreciate it. Rachel Jennings.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here to listen and learn tonight in Laclede County. I'm Dr. Rochelle Jennings. I'm the superintendent of Laclede County C5 School District. Our district completely resides in Laclede County, and I've been a lifelong resident of Laclede County, attended Jolie Barber School myself as a young student many years ago. I'm thankful for legislators and the prioritization of public education. As you know, funding at the state level and the federal level has been very unstable. I'm here tonight because I want to thank you for local dollars. I want our taxpayers to understand the Hancock Amendment and what that looks like in our district. A little bit about us. We are located 4 miles outside of Lebanon, on your way to Bennett Springs State Park. We are the largest K-8 district in the state of Missouri with 520 students enrolled. And we do pay tuition to surrounding high schools. And last year, we paid tuition to Lebanon High School, Conway High School, and Camdenton High School for some of our students to attend there. And then also, we do not qualify as a small school in the eyes of DESE, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, because we have more than 350 students. So for example, one of those caveats is that by next school year, the 25-26 year about to start, we are supposed to have a gifted program in place, and we did not have that before. And that is an unfunded mandate. So our district has to be very frugal. I have a wonderful Board of Education and great community members who are very frugal and great stewards of tax dollars so that we can do the things that we are wanting to do and really mandated to do so. The other thing that we've worked really hard on that I wanted to bring to your attention is that we will be one of the school districts in the state who is no longer utilizing the teacher baseline salary grant this next year. We have worked diligently over the last 3 years to make sure that we are getting our salaries up to those state minimums at that $40,000 for starting teachers, and also our non-certified staff up above that minimum wage for January of 2026 at $15 and higher. So in order to retain quality staff in our CSIP, the Comprehensive School Improvement Plan, continuous school improvement plan. They changed the name on us. One of our goals is to retain 95% of our certified staff and 75% of our non-certified staff. And we've been able to do that successfully the last 2 years. So we're very proud Buckskins out in Laclede County. And I also wanted to share with you that as far as tax rate information is concerned, we received our pro forma from the state assessor's office within the last 48 hours. And my patrons and my whole board just found this out today. My patrons are learning, some of them tonight, that we are going to be following the Hancock Amendment. And at the tax rate hearing on August the 14th, we will be rolling back our $3.30 levy back to $3.18. The other last caveat I will tell you is that makes us unique is that we do not have debt service. So that is not part of the calculation. So thank you for your time tonight. I'm happy to entertain questions that you might have.
Catch myself every time. Thank you, and my apologies. It was Rochelle.
No, listen, I had an uncle that called me Rachel my entire life. It's okay.
Are there any questions for this witness? Representative Steinhoff, you are recognized for inquiry.
Thank you. Thanks for coming tonight, and congratulations. It sounds like you have a lot of really good news.
We do.
Good things going on there.
We do.
That's
Thank you.
very exciting about the baseline salary grant. I'm guessing the way you stated that you had used it in the past.
We did. We utilized it last year and the year before. So we've used it the last 2 years. My Board of Education wanted to be really aggressive in how we approached salaries and looking at the state minimums. We weren't guaranteed that the teacher baseline salary grant was going to continue. And so we wanted to make sure that we were retaining those quality staff members. And so we utilized it 2 years while we developed our plan and implemented it to get us where we're at today.
And I think that's a really important part of this whole conversation, because when we talk about locals not having as high a property taxes to be able to fund their schools appropriately, those of us that do end up paying for those districts. So you were getting some help by Missouri taxpayers, right?
Yes.
And you've worked your way out of that.
Yes.
But now your constituents are going to be helping other Missouri districts, which some of them may have ended up on the list where they have that property tax freeze that was an SB3. I just looked at that list. You all are not in that.
No, we're not.
Right? So
No, we are not.
you're willing to fully participate with however it rolls out after the Hancock. The other question I have for you is, when you rolled back Hancock, can you talk us through how the district makes that decision?
I've learned a lot about this in the last 48 hours, I will
good.
tell you.
It's a quiz then.
So basically, when you look at our county assessment, our local tax dollars, last year we were looking at $40 million of local revenue. This year it came in at $45 million. So again, as some of the things you've heard tonight, you have to, we're not allowed a windfall from a reassessment year. And so we are really limited to the lesser of three things, and some of those have been mentioned tonight. So that is either your district's growth from reassessment, which is about 12%, that's too much. 5%, we're already over that. That leaves me with the CPI, which is 2.91% this year. So
are you doing this in a dark room without your numbers showing for anybody to see?
No. Not at all. We are actually advertising. We got all of our paperwork done today so that we can advertise. The tax rate hearing will be we've kind of coordinated it to have it on open house night this year.
Right.
So at the end of open house, the tax rate hearing will start.
Excellent.
And then our Board of Education meeting will go after that. We're hoping we can kind of draw in some of our patrons to stick around after open house and kind of have some conversation about that.
And that work to figure out how much you were rolling back, it's guided by the auditor's office?
It is guided by the state auditor's office.
And
we provide those assessments. Now, I will say that what I've learned is that you can pull out your personal property tax increase and you can pull out your new construction.
Yes.
And so those two things can come out of that. So we still will be looking at over $100,000 of additional new revenue this school year. It just won't be that full amount because we are willing to roll that back to our taxpayers.
And what about your seniors? Are they participating in the senior?
Some of them are, some of them aren't. I have heard some of them don't realize that it's an every year thing. And so they're learning that, oh, I have to go do that every single year at the county office. And so where we do have some board members who are seniors who are helping to educate some of our patrons with that as well.
So you really still are a little unsure how it's going to come out in the end, all of these things.
Yeah, we're a little unsure, but with state mandates the way they are, and my Board of Education is really frugal, like I would challenge you to find another more frugal school board in this state than mine is, but they will definitely want to give back to the taxpayer and us still be able to support the raises that we're giving. Our teachers are getting a 6.7% raise this year, and our percentage of unrestricted funds is actually going to cover that raise this next year that we finish with the audit cycle this year. So
that's great. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Davidson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Jennings, well
Yes, sir.
done. I got to serve as the chair of the Committee on Education Reform. I now get to serve as the chair of Education Appropriations on the Budget Committee. And it sounds to me like you guys are doing a real stand-up job in Laclede County School District. And so I think you obviously find solutions, and that's very impressive. I'd love to have a longer conversation with you at some point in time. I wanted to ask you to explain, for the edification of us all, what you had said towards the end of your testimony, where you talked about you guys don't have any debt service. And specifically, I'm wanting you to explain why that was relevant, why that's a relevant piece of conversation for this discussion on property tax reform.
So debt service is sometimes where you can have that rollback or not have that rollback. That is an important piece. A lot of school districts have a debt service levy. They just do. That's part of the way we do business. My board, again, is very frugal. And historically, what we have done is we have saved money, put that into Fund 4, and then add it on. We've saved money, put that into Fund 4, and add it on. We don't really go down the path of having debt service. Now, I will tell you that we did do, that's important because I don't have anything to roll back there. There's nothing there for us to gain any money and put it in a separate section.
Because, if you had a debt service, then a school district can sort of circumnavigate those Hancock rollbacks, is what you're saying.
Absolutely, yes.
But you guys have frugally decided that, there's another more, I would say more prudential, I'd even go so far as say more responsible way of being able to still service your district well. And I think, there's a testament to your numbers, to the growing student population, it sounds like, that there is a way to both fulfill the spirit of Hancock without circumnavigating it with debt service, and then also serve the patrons and the constituency that you serve in the school district.
Right. And I am not probably the spokesperson that can talk to you about debt service and what that looks like, because what the taxpayers voted on versus what Hancock says versus what that part gets a little bit confusing for me, because honestly, I don't have that knowledge. I don't have that experience, because we have not had a debt service levy for decades. It's been decades. Yeah.
No, well, I appreciate you clarifying that for us. I know that's been mentioned in past testimony already. It's something that I think is in a lot of our notes up here, is looking through what have been called some of the loopholes of Hancock. And I think what's important in your testimony is that we can close those loopholes and still have really successful school districts. So I appreciate you for the work that you're doing here.
Thank you. You are welcome to visit my district anytime, sir.
Thank you.
As the rest of you are welcome to do so.
Any other questions for this witness? Representative Strickler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And real quick, what percentage of your funds for your district come from local versus state?
Local dollars are 55% of my budget.
55.
State dollars are 40% of my budget, and that leaves 5% that comes from federal.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
sir.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate your time tonight.
Edward Walton.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the time to meet with you and to speak on behalf of the Springfield-Greene County Library District in Springfield, Missouri. My name is Dr. Edward Walton. I am the Executive Director of the Library District, and I want to focus on 4 different areas of issues that I have concerns with as we look at taxing. But let me give you a little background on the Library District. We currently have 10 branch libraries within the district. We serve about 350,000 people within our district, and we circulated 2 million books last year, and we had over 2 million visitors to the library district, visiting one of our libraries. So as far as funding issues, there are 4 issues that I'm concerned about. First of all, whatever we do, whatever this committee resolves to do to reform property tax, taxing districts need funding. So I'm sure you're aware of that, and our citizens have voted to provide the level of funding that we currently receive, and they value the services we provide them. Whatever reforms are enacted will need our local community to be the deciding factor on what the level is. So taking it out of the state's hands and putting back in our community's hands. They need to decide for us what they're willing to fund and what they're not willing to fund. Second issue is a logical transition plan. If a change in funding model is selected, there must be a logical transition plan from the current property tax plan that is not burdensome to taxing districts to replace lost revenue. According to the American Association of Special Districts, there are a little over 1,900 taxing districts. So I've heard 3 different numbers already. 2,400, 1,900 is what I'm quoting. I've heard 1,600 in the state of Missouri. There are a lot of us, okay? In Greene County, there are 38 taxing districts. If we change the tax funding model, a plan requiring each taxing district within Greene County to ask voters to approve that transition is going to cause voter fallout and revolt. So we need some sort of plan that transitions all of the taxing districts holistically, not individually. The third issue is the challenge of transitioning from property to sales tax. Currently, the sales tax rate in Springfield is 8.1%. The tax rate is a combination of state and local tax rates. Greene County Budget Officer Jeff Scott projects the sales tax rate needed to replace property taxes in Greene County would be 5.65%. So we're already paying 8.1. We would have to add 5.65% to the tax rate, the sales tax rate, to pay for all of the special taxing districts. And his comment was, the challenge is you could be across the street from each other and not pay the same tax rate because you're in different districts. Fourth issue is, fourth issue is the transition from tax from businesses to individuals. I've heard a lot of comment about the impact on individuals. All right, I'll stop.
So I have a question for you relating to your last comments about sales tax, but I want you to finish your fourth point because that may play into what I want to ask you. So go ahead. It's a short fourth point.
Short fourth point. Currently, we have 60% of our single-family housing units in Springfield are residential units. If we convert to a sales tax rate, those 60% of individuals who pay rental tax or rent their property will continue to pay property tax, pay that the same amount for their rental. They will not get a reduction because whoever they're renting from is not going to reduce their rate. And now they're going to have to pay a 13.65% sales tax. That's going to be pretty challenging for them.
So if you're thinking about the sales tax only within your county.
That's right.
So have you given, I guess my first question would be is if all taxing entities could remain whole and the tax and the property, the real property tax was done away with, but yet you were able to remain whole, would you be opposed to that?
I would not be opposed to it. I just see there are a lot of challenges to it.
Okay. So currently the state of Missouri is at 4 cents on our state sales tax. Closest state to us is Oklahoma, which is a tenth or so just above us. Mm-hmm. And then all the remaining states around us that touch us are at 6 points, 6%, 6 cents, or Tennessee at 7 cents. Mm-hmm. So if that tax was a state burden and not a local burden, not just your county, is it conceivable that that percentage could be much less than the 5.65% 6.5 that you said.
Well, I guess the question for me is, what does Governor Kehoe plan to do with income tax?
It's a good question. I wish I knew the answer to that.
So,
but I'm not in his.
yeah, if he plans to transition to a state sales tax, you're adding on to the burden.
So listen, there's, and I've said this first meeting, there are a lot of things going on right now, everybody, in the tax world in the state. We're looking at redoing the foundation formula, which hasn't been done in decades. And after visiting the Southern Legislative Conference last week, all the southern states, I think Alabama and Mississippi just went through that, so after decades. So that's coming. Governor's priority, he stated it out loud, of getting rid of the income tax. So that plays into this. Here we are talking about property tax. So it's a very dynamic situation. We're here. So the numbers, I think, if they were given to me properly, is about $1.2 billion for every penny that's in state sales tax.
Mm-hmm.
So that's increasing 7% the last 3 years. So, one penny, $1.2 billion.
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting to get this information from the auditor. Huh? It's 1%. Okay. 1%.
I guess my question is, how would you allocate that out to districts?
It's a good question. That's valid.
And
that's unknown yet.
How do our local community members have the opportunity to speak into that and say, we want more or we want less? I think they'll never say less, but we want more because we want better services.
So other states, I know, the property tax, the real property tax, that we're living in our homes, but we never own them because we always have to pay the government of whatever type you want to call, state government, local government, still government. But in many states who don't have that, am I giving me my time? Yeah. I'm going to finish this one. The personal property remains intact. So,
may I comment from my history?
No, this is open dialogue here.
So one of the things about me is I'm a native Texan. So I was born in Texas. I spent my first 40 years there. They do not have, they have a state sales tax. They do not have an income tax. They do have property tax. But the way that they make up the difference between not having property taxes at a high level is that they charge enormous fees. So you want to go down and get your car registered, you're going to pay $400 or $500 to register your car because they're charging those fees in order to pay for the process.
Now, there's no doubt that at any state you can say, well, we don't have to do this in that state. Well, guarantee you're doing it some other way.
Absolutely. So
but we just have to decide, and we're going to make recommendations about at what level does it just stick in my craw that I have to pay the government to live in the house that my parents paid for or that I've owned for free and clear, right? Because I never do.
Yeah.
So for some of us on this panel, and we are across the board here about those of us who would just tear it all down because we just don't like taxes, to those who don't want to do that. But there isn't a single person that sits on this board that doesn't realize that something has to be done. Something. So.
And I don't disagree.
No, I appreciate the conversation. I'm over time. I'm going to get a red flag thrown on me. Representative Chappell, you're recognized.
We're going to ignore the hypocrisy, Mr. Chair. Dr. Walton, is that correct?
It is. Thank you.
And who was it with whom you were speaking about what it would be like if it was a sales tax rather than a property tax, and they had concerns about paying different tax rates at different locations?
Greene County Budget Officer Jeff Scott.
Okay, I'll be sure and contact him. Because in Springfield, correct me if I'm wrong, because of the CIDs and other neighborhood development associations, there are significant changes in sales tax across the city of Springfield right now. Mm-hmm. That doesn't seem to stop the economic activity within the third largest city of the state. Is there any hue and cry from the voting public because they chose to shop here versus there?
It's a minimal difference across the city.
Oh, it's significant. There is one part of Springfield that has 12.5% sales tax rate right now.
Wow, I was not aware of that.
Yes, sir. and it overlaps multiple taxation districts. There are across the United States over 105,000 different such taxing entities, and they all have one thing in common: they take money. To be perfectly frank, and I'm not accusing you of this at all, but I know your library has economic books within it, and I know that if property owners are subject to the forces of the market, if we remove the embedded taxation of property taxes and income taxes so that they no longer had to recoup those by handing them down to their renters and or their customers, that the fair market lowers those prices. I mean, it only always has, because competition exists.
It may over time, yes.
Yes, sir. And I think the real threat for most people today is that a pure taxation based on consumption puts the tax burden at the bottom of the ticket every time you make a purchase. And oh, for crying out loud, what if people actually saw how much their government was costing them? I think that's the real threat. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative Harbison. You are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Doctor, for coming today. We appreciate your time being here and your knowledge. Through this process, I have looked at the state of Tennessee. I have worked with 3 assessors that have just a little over 100 years between the 3, of course, experience. Something come to light. We talk about consumption. We talk about a lot of different taxes, and one's going to touch the other. But something come to light today that really made me stop, and that's our ability, no matter what we do, what do we have, whether it be the Department of Revenue plumb down to the assessor. We talk about all of the knowledge and technology we have, but where are we at? Have we assessed our ability with the technology we have? Do we assess the ability of the folks that we have to work that technology? Have we assessed all of this and know where we're at? And if we need more technology, can we afford at the restrictions that we have at the state level, especially, and the county? Where are we at on that as far as the ability to change with the technology, like I said, and the folks that would obviously happily implement it? But that is a question that we haven't asked yet, and until we ask that question and know the answer, how are we going to change all these other things?
I don't think I understand the question.
Okay, my question is, as far as technology.
Technology. You're talking about technology.
We're talking about a lot of different things.
Okay.
Technology first. Do we have the ability at the state and the county level? Do we have the ability of the people to work the technology that we have available to us? Can we afford, if we don't have that technology, can we afford that? My question is, if you can talk about a consumption, you can talk about all kinds of taxes, but if you don't have the technology, well, you talked about several entities taxing different just where you live. Can you think about that on 114 counties? Mm-hmm. Do we have that technology now? Can we afford that technology? Even if we can afford it, do we have the people in place to work that technology?
Yeah. I do not know the answer to that question, but my initial reaction is whenever I go back to my county and ask them for data, they cannot always provide me with that data. And so the technology that should provide that data readily is not there. So,
and it's only as good as what you feed it.
That's right.
Yeah.
So
just something to think about.
Yes, Representative, thank you, appreciate it. Let's see, Representative Jones, wish to inquire? Yep, you're recognized.
First off, thank you for coming. I appreciate it and appreciate your comments greatly. And this may end up being more comment and less inquiry. but I've got some significant concerns about an attempt to shift, and as I think you gave some voice to, an attempt to shift from real property tax to a sales tax or a consumption tax, especially one that's applied statewide and at the state level, and then divvied up to our individual cities and counties. Because, I mean, I think me, like probably everybody else in the state, when I have a problem, when my house is burning down, I want the fire department to be able to answer that phone and get there. I see some EMS guys here. If I have a problem, I want an ambulance to get to my house when I need it. And the way we fund those things right now, for better or worse, is through real property tax, through the levy system, and through this whole system that we're trying to figure out how to make better. And I just don't see how shifting everything to a consumption tax is going to in any way maintain that level of service and the level of funding that those districts need. To combine with the fact that you're essentially taking away the entire voice of our local populations in deciding whether they want to invest in those services in their community. If we shift to something that's driven by the state and then divvied up based on, keeping it at some level that we determine is right. I just am concerned at the opportunities that takes away from our citizens and from our communities to invest in their communities and make things better for themselves and their kids.
I completely agree with you, and I think one of the biggest concerns I have of taking local control and moving it out into a broader state control is that the local community doesn't have the opportunity to feed back into the process and tell us we want more services. So at Greene County Library, we just spent the last 6 months going through a strategic planning process. Out of that process, our constituents, 2,000 of them answered a survey and said, we want you to do these things, and they listed 4 of them. All of them cost money, okay? More money than I have in my budget today. So my community is telling me, I want more. But my budget says I can't get there today. I need to do something different with my budget. Currently, my budget is $20 million a year. 17 million of that comes from property taxes. 2 million comes from gifts and grants. 1 million comes from fees, okay? My community is telling me I want this. If I have to go back to the state and say, my community wants this, and ask them for the money, what's my success rate?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Walton. I'll be very brief because I share exactly your concern about being able to locally determine the things that you want. I represent part of St. Louis City that has Forest Park, that has the zoo, and the art museum, and the science center. We chose to tax ourselves so that we would have a great park area that people could enjoy on Sundays. We tax ourselves so that we could have a world-class zoo. And I will share with the group here that we also have an outstanding science center that was no admission. It's not free because our taxpayers pay for that, but it was 0 admission. And I grew up just a few blocks away, so my brothers and I would go to the science center. We knew when the science show would be free. The scientists would do electrolysis of water and making electricity. So I started doing those things at home, and when I needed more, I went to the library. I walked to my local library, and I started recreating those things at home, and now I'm the engineer that I am today. So again, it's not, local control literally says, what do you want in your community? I am so thankful that we have a community college, and I went to that community college. We have special school district, and I believe 100% in that special school district. Like the representative said, when it's a fire, I want to know that there's a fire district that's going to respond. I want to know that there's an EMS that's going to respond. There are a lot of these things, and I'm going to ask you again, just comment, if this would go to some sort of a state sales tax, how does a community determine that we want more? How would they say, I want a science center if we're going to put this to some sort of a state sales tax or consumption tax, please?
You know, the only way that would have to happen, or the only way you'd be able to do that and have local community input into the state level, is to come back to the local community, the mayors, the city managers, and ask them for feedback and input. But again, there's no guarantee that the feedback and the input that we put into the process will garner any additional revenue to meet our constituents' needs.
Representative Hale, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Hear me? No. Okay, here we go. Thank you. I'll try to be brief, but I think if we're going to have this conversation about sales tax, we have to look at it in terms of our state and where we have two massive economic engines in our state, in Kansas City and St. Louis. Both of them are minutes from a state line. Kansas's state sales tax, from what I just looked up, is 6.5%. Illinois is 6.25%. If we go from 4.225 to 10, my local community, I'm somebody who came from local government, so I'm all for local control. Our community votes the same way for our library, for our schools, all of it. We're at 9.238 right now in my district. If we went up 6 points, people would cross the river to Illinois. And it's much easier in Kansas. They just have to cross the street on State Line Road and they're there. So I think it's a really, as a proposition, that gives me a lot of concern that money may leave the state if we take this route into Kansas and into Illinois.
My thought on that. Yes.
This isn't counting your time. To inquire, yours, you said you're at 9% or 9 cents right now.
Currently, yes.
Current, so that's your local. So the state is only 4. So
Correct.
You're at 5 then.
Correct.
An additional. What's Kansas City, Kansas? What's their state is 6.5, but what's their local?
That I'm not aware of.
So I think it's probably more than likely all of you in Kansas City, Missouri aren't running to Kansas to go buy your products because their state tax is so much cheaper.
No, but if we're talking about a substantial increase in the state tax, sales tax, then I think it's very likely people would. If we go above that.
If we put ourselves out of the market.
Right.
I would agree with that completely, but I think to use that 10% and not take into Kansas's local tax or what they're at, I think that's not really doing apples to apples. But anyway, we can talk about that offline.
Fair enough.
We don't want to price ourselves out, right?
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Well, I think the other concern with that is you and I can afford to drive across the state line and buy stuff. What about those people who don't have the capacity to do that? We're charging them a higher rate. So.
All right, Representative Dolan, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to inquire.
Yes, please proceed.
Doctor, thank you for coming tonight. We heard last time when we were in Jeff City, we heard from a number of libraries.
Yes,
and tax dollars are very important to libraries, and they perform a service that probably everybody in here has used from time to time. For my education, are you familiar with the Missouri State Library Networking Fund?
I am.
How does that work, and does that affect you?
We do get some of that funding, but it's indirect, meaning it doesn't come directly to our budget. It's services that are provided that we take advantage of.
So when you don't get direct money, you just get a service provided by that fund.
That is correct.
What type of service is that?
Well, MoreNet is one of the services, which is an internet service provider, is one of the components of that. Some databases are funded through that fee. So we have access to certain databases that provide information to our constituents that we do not pay for. We get that as part of that service.
Does that help your bottom line pretty much, or?
It helps my bottom line by about $50,000 a year.
That's it? Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure, but that's divided all across the state. Each individual library is available or can apply for those funds?
Well, it's not really apply for the funds. It's more like participate in the services that are provided through the funds.
Okay. And that's based on an entertainment tax that's paid by out-of-state people that come into the state of Missouri, and they're charged a tax, an entertainment tax on whatever service they do within the state over a certain amount of money.
Yes.
All right. Do you know how much that generates every year?
I have no clue.
Thank you, Doctor. Representative Davidson, do you still want to inquire after our conversation just now?
I would love to, but if you'd like me to hold off a question, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to.
No, I will just reiterate here, folks, we got a half an hour left, and we have a lot of people left, so.
Yeah,
I'm guilty here of going on too, so I just want to point out. So you are recognized for an inquiry.
Okay, and I'm not going to speak on the consumption tax and the merits of the consumption taxes, although I'm very tempted, and I don't want to really speak too much to your claims of local support when we're talking about 3.5% to 5% of the population that votes at an April election for those increases, and I won't speak too much to the fact that maybe fees are a better way of capturing what that local interest is or those gifts. But to address your points, if this committee were to come up with a package that isn't a replacement of real estate property with consumption taxes, but is instead a reasonable cap on real estate property taxes, which I think most people are angry about property taxes today because of just dramatic increases that seem to have come out of left field. Would you say that all four of your points aren't really of concern then? Because I'm reading through them, right? Point 1, taxing districts need funding. Well, this wouldn't stop their funding. 2, logical transition. You wouldn't need a transition plan. All you would be preventing is increases in revenue in the future that were on the backs of property owners and raised assessments. 3, sales tax would have to raise 5%. Well, we're not even talking about the sales tax thing. Would all four of your points be addressed if we were limiting our scope to talking about property taxes when it comes to reasonably capping it, closing loopholes that exist currently, whether it's loopholes that I believe exist within the tax commission statute or loopholes that we've talked about here within Hancock? Closing those loopholes and putting on reasonable caps. Would you have anything to say?
I think the only challenge I'd have is that future income, being the ability
to but that's different though. You see how that's completely different. That future income, that future income, mind you, is not being raised because they went to the ballot and said, hey, we want to give you more future income. It's because their property values are being assessed without their vote, right? And that's not a very honest way. You're talking about community support, which I put in question to begin with, but you're talking about community support. You can't really claim community support when it comes to increased assessed values, right?
Well, Greene County Library District has not had a rate assessment change in 20 years. So we're at the same rate we were 20 years ago. Hancock has actually reduced that rate by about 2.5% for us. So moving forward into the future, if we keep a static
So you maybe have a fifth point then,
Yeah.
which is we want to make sure that we can get as much money off of what I see as unfair assessments as we possibly can in the future.
Not as much money. Enough money.
What do you think the cap should be?
Well, I think the issue for me as a district is on an annual basis, my expenses, if I don't do anything, if I don't change anything at all in what I do operationally,
2.9%?
my expenses are going to go up between 8 and 12% every year.
Why would it not go up with CPI?
Because information providers charge more than
I'm not buying it. Everything gets cheaper over time on a broad enough time horizon. No. I mean, it's just why it's why 85% of people have air conditioners now and only 5% did 80 years ago. So, it's because over time, those things do become more efficient in their production. Now, maybe a government entity doesn't, so that's kind of a good argument, but I just wanted to clarify that your 4 points are really addressing a very specific scenario, but if we were to introduce another scenario, then you'd come up with a 5th point of, well, we still want to make sure to maximize as much money as we can from assessments.
Not maximize, but at least provide the resources.
If you could get with me on that rate, I'd love it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Representative Burns, I've almost left you out, so you're recognized for the final inquiry for this witness.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for my final inquiry, I would like to get clarification from Representative Chappell on the benefits of a consumption tax. Or, well, what his conversation about consumption tax would be.
All I want to clarify is that property taxation is not a divine right. It is a methodology of collecting revenue sufficient for the proper role of governance. That's it. And if we had a different methodology that also provided revenue for the sufficient role of government, you'd be okay, right? Well, then what do you care whether it's property or sales?
I care because of the impact it has on our community.
Well, but that's questionable. The other aspect of it is we have to take into account embedded taxation, which is already being paid because every time you buy a cup of coffee, you're paying somebody's property tax, and you're paying somebody's income tax, and you're paying somebody's FICA taxation. You're paying for all of that because it's embedded in the cost of doing business, and that's why the cost much as it does. If we remove that, and it is dropped down by the free market, as we've already discussed, and we simply move the taxation from being hidden and embedded down to the bottom line where everybody can see it, that's not a problem. It's the same amount of money. I don't know if anybody's on the panel has read this, but House Bill 821 actually addresses all of this. And in fact, it's the only tax system I know of that doesn't have any taxation on the poor whatsoever. I would really encourage everybody to read it.
Who's the author of that?
You know what? I believe it's that old boy from Eastern Greene County, Representative Chappell.
Representative, I appreciate it. Yes, go ahead, you're recognized.
Are you, okay. One thing I see from libraries, whether it's school districts or whether it's public libraries, there seems to be some confusion between legislators and the library districts. What I see is the biggest rising cost you have is these electronic subscriptions. But rather than, explain to people how high that's rising and reining in those subscriptions, we want more money from the taxpayer. And I've heard a little bit of rumble over here. Once you buy a book, it sits on the shelves. I don't think they realize how blown out of proportion these electronic subscriptions are. And I would like you to go back to your library group of voices and start pushing back on those and tell them, hey, the market's not there for you anymore. The taxpayer is tired of paying for these subscriptions.
We do that.
Okay.
Gentlemen, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Kept you up here quite a long time.
Thank you.
Kobe Collins?
Good evening, Chairman Taylor. My name is Kobe Collins with the Morrisville Fire Protection District in Polk County. Thank you for allowing us to come tonight and to speak. We are a volunteer fire protection district that utilizes property taxes as our sole source of funding. And that's for things like fuel, electricity at our fire stations, trucks, used trucks at that, equipment and those types of things. We rely exclusively on property taxes. And you said something earlier, which I believe is completely true. You said something has got to be done. And I totally agree. We've heard from the public here, heard from different people at different meetings. Something has got to be done. Our concern is this, is when something is done, it needs to be done considering all these 2,400 entities, 600 plus fire districts who might have the rug pulled out from under them. There was pieces of legislation this past session, both on the House side and on the Senate side, that if those pieces of legislation had passed, you literally would have defunded our fire department. That was scary. Those pieces of legislation, you can't allow something like that to happen. I'm a conservative Republican. I hate taxes. I wish taxes would go away and were lower. But I also understand we have to properly fund the government that we want. I think everybody in the room here would agree, and we've heard from several different representatives, the fire departments are pretty important. Okay, when your house is burning down, you want someone to show up. Okay, if you defund us, that may not happen. Okay, please, as you talk through these different proposals, and you say something's got to be done. Okay, let's do something. Let's talk about how a fire district like mine, if you eliminate, you cap, you reduce property taxing ability, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? You've got to think through that process. Again, these legislation pieces that have been proposed don't address that. They just yank the carpet out from under us. Please don't do that to us. Give us an implementation period. Give us a plan. Give us something that allows us to not defund our so important services. We've got other fire chiefs here with me tonight. I'm a captain in my fire department. I'm sure they would say the same thing. Don't defund us, please. With that, I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Captain. I appreciate you coming to testify. You aware of my background?
I am not, sir.
I'm a retired firefighter.
Thank you.
Spent many years as a volunteer also. So if you think that I'm going to put my name on anything that this committee recommendations are made that would in any way strip funding from fire departments, you got to be crazy.
Thank you.
It's going to happen, right? I contend that there are other ways to do things, and we can't be blinded with blinders on, thinking that what we do now is the only thing that's possible. So we have to think about the other things, different ways to do things, if it's possible. We may fail, but we're going to fail with our eyes open and looking at all the possibilities that exist. But rest assured, my name's not going to be on anything that will defund the fire department or an ambulance district. So,
thank you.
You bet. Representative Warwick, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Colby, you're in my district. I appreciate
Yes, sir.
you being
Thank
here.
you.
Thank you for advocating for the fire departments. This is a question that I asked in our Jeff City meeting as well, with legislation just being passed in the aspect of a sales tax for fire district. That is a very capable manner in which I believe maybe we've had a conversation about that. You could see that being a valid solution, but also recognize, as in your district, specifically Morrisville Fire District, very limited retail sales in that area. It would have to be combined with probably a use tax in order for you to be able to facilitate close to what even you're getting today. Would that be a proper statement?
Absolutely, sir. You know, we went to our voters when we formed our district 15 years ago, and we got a property tax put in when we formed our district. We haven't increased it ever since then, and we have no plan to increase it. We just need our CPI type increases and we'll be good. However, in light of the legislation that y'all passed this year that allows us to do a sales tax, we've considered that option. But you're exactly correct. In the Morrisville Fire Protection District, there's really only three businesses, a Dollar General and a couple of convenience stores. So we would have to have the use tax as part of that. And the problem is, that's why I say you're going to have to give us an implementation period, is we would have to, if you said, okay, you can't have these property taxes, we would have to go all the way back to the voters again and say, okay, voters, are you going to improve this sales tax? Are you going to improve this use tax? And then we'd have to go back and get our funding again. So we're open to those other manners of being funded. We're open to that. Okay, we're not saying we have to have this manner of funding or that manner of funding, but you've got to give us some flexibility and some time to make that happen, because we can't just pass a new tax. If you yank the carpet out from under us, we can't just immediately go back the next day and, the next ballot, and we get more money. It takes a long period of time and process. But yes, it would have to be a sales and use tax for our district.
Yeah, very good. So in Bolivar, we just passed a public safety tax this past November. And with that, obviously a lot of times those are easy sales tax, use taxes to pass. because we all want to support our fire districts and our police departments and public safety. One of the things that we did in Bolivar, though, was make sure that every generation gets an opportunity to revote on that. And I think it's important for us to do that and keep that in mind, that as we're implementing and asking our districts to raise these taxes, that there's a sunset on those. Would you be in favor of being able to go and petition for a reoccurring tax on a duration basis?
I can't speak upon the department upon that issue, but personally, I'm in favor of sunsets for important taxes like this. I don't think we as a department would have a problem going back to our voters and say, okay, either your department goes away or you vote us back in again. I think that would be fine, in my opinion, for a fire department.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's my last question.
Any other questions? I see no further questions. Listen, thanks for your service. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Nick Crabtree.
Hello, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Nick Crabtree. My wife and I are both public school teachers in Missouri, so anytime something comes up that impacts our funding directly, we get very invested. I kind of wanted to focus on this idea of switching to a consumption tax as opposed to property tax. There's a very old saying, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Right now, Missouri has a diversified income stream from multiple different taxes. I think removing those and putting all our eggs in one basket would be a monumental mistake. I did look up the sales tax rates in just across the Kansas border in Overland Park, across the Illinois border I went to Chicago because I thought theirs would be high, and the Arkansas border into Bentonville, 9.35% in Overland Park, 10.25 in Chicago, 9.5 in Bentonville, not higher than Missouri currently. And it's because their state sales tax is lower, but their local sales taxes are higher. We equal out. So if we go to all consumption, we're going to have not only people jumping ship to other states for major purchases. Think about automobiles. People who own second homes in Florida. Oh, go buy your car in Florida. Pay the Florida sales tax, not the Missouri sales tax. We'd lose a tremendous amount of revenue that way. The city of Branson, where we are local to, which is a tourist town, would be dead overnight with that increase in sales tax. We would not attract tourists when they'd have to pay a 15 to 20% sales tax on their hotel room, their restaurants, everything else they buy in Branson. And I'm sorry, I'm a little passionate about this, but it would be a tremendous mistake. Not to mention the fact that the folks who don't spend all their income because they have plenty of it and pay nannies or housekeepers. They are buying stocks, which aren't consumption taxed. They're buying investment properties, which aren't consumption taxed. So all of that tax revenue is gone. So I think if you have a forecast for what we'd need, it would fall woefully short in reality as this money leaves the state for surrounding states and other places, which would leave our fire departments, our ambulance districts, and our schools critically underfunded. Thank you.
So, yeah, thanks for your testimony. So, committee, we have 16 people who have still yet to testify. So, gentlemen, I appreciate it. Thank you for your insight. Next up, Doug Kennett.
Thank you, folks. I appreciate you hearing me out here this afternoon. My name's Doug Kennett, and I'm an old retired engineer, actually from Lake Lead County. And I feel a little bit like the little boy in the paddle boat up in the Lake of the Ozarks on a weekend, maybe fishing with my with a stick of dynamite. I don't know what's rocking my boat, but I want to try to rock it a little bit here, Representative Taylor. If you just hear me out for a moment. And you may have heard this from other areas, but I would propose that we have a new term, a residential property tax. If you're a resident of Missouri, you pay a flat tax based on your income. Now, there's going to be some exceptions, like if there's corporations that own property in Missouri, will want them to be taxed as well within their county. But it would appear to me that maybe the treasurer could do float a balloon on that, just try to understand what the flat tax might be for each individual county, and then, you know, take that pie, however much revenue that is per county, and then just give it back to the county for the local control. I'm a local control guy, and so just let the local control folks decide how to split the pie up. And I know it needs a belt and suspenders, and I've been thinking about it a couple of days here now. So, but at any rate, just the idea of some kind of a flat tax, and I don't know what percentage it would be, but it looks like to me that you could like do some estimates. I mean, try to figure it out from that perspective, and then just not worry so much. Maybe the assessors could worry about, you know, corporations that have like a business in town that's no one owns, you know, they could do a tax on that and give that to the local county, but just go with it that way. Is that it? I don't see anybody yawning, but some of them are close. Has that been discussed before?
Tell me what you call it again.
I'm going to call it today. I'm going to call it the residential property tax.
Appreciate that. Anybody have any questions for this witness? See, no.
Crickets.
No,
all right. Thank you for listening to me.
Appreciate the time. Thank you. Cindy Stein? Cindy Stein? Oh, here she is. Feel like I need to go, come on down. You're the next contestant.
Thank you, honorable members of the committee. My name is Cindy Stein. I'm from Springfield, Missouri. I'm a CPA by trade, auditor, and a financial literacy coach. However, here I'm today as a citizen. And I wanted to thank you for giving me the opportunity to share a few thoughts. Missouri basically has a tax structure that is a three-legged stool. We have a possession tax, which is ownership, property. We have a tax on earnings, which is income. And we have a tax on consumption, which is sales tax. Missouri currently has a fairly balanced source of those revenues. 30.9% is property, 30.9% is income, and 37.1% is sales. So when I look at that and I consider eliminating one of the legs of the stool, that's going to create an impact, an imbalance, and an inequity. I know the charge of the committee is to talk about property tax reform, and I feel like the Missouri Assessors Association, along with the Missouri Collectors Association, has been providing testimony and information about that specifically. But what I wanted to try to address and not repeat anything that's already been said today was trying to talk about keeping a balance of tax. You're looking for solution-based testimony. I've been a CPA a long time, and I've seen tax legislation come and go a lot of years, and many of you probably have as well. But if we are looking at trying to keep balanced taxes across the state of Missouri, perhaps we consider of keeping the three legs and not eliminating a leg of the stool. And perhaps we consider eliminating exceptions, exemptions, and by doing that, we could actually lower the rates across the board. Lower property tax rates, lower income tax rates, and sales tax rates, because we're actually eliminating all those exclusions that currently exist. I will tell you that's probably a heavy lift. We did not get there overnight. But I would challenge you to consider that as an option in order that we don't get imbalanced and we fall off the stool. I would welcome any questions you have.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. Any questions for this witness? Representative Del Taylor, half of the Taylor Caucus, you are recognized.
Thank you. And I'll be brief. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for joining us. I think your point about being balanced, balance in taxes goes a long way. And I like the suggestion that you gave. Looking at exemptions and exceptions, some of us would call those loopholes. If you could talk a little bit about what happens when you give one group a loophole. Why do you think these exemptions and exceptions will actually lower the burden on all of us?
So the exemptions and exclusions are numerous, whether you're talking about property taxes, sales tax, or income tax. And each one has too numerous to even think about. And so the idea of starting to chip away at those so that those exemptions aren't there and those people pay their fair share, and I say people as a global term, but those entities pay their fair share, then the overall rate can be lowered for everyone.
You mentioned that there are numerous. Give us one or two examples of some of these exemptions that you think we should be looking at.
So sales tax is the most obvious one because there's exemptions for utilities, there's exemptions for resale, there's exemptions, so you could just go ad nauseum of the types of exemptions that exist in sales tax. I don't remember the statute number, and I apologize, Representative, but it's very lengthy.
We eliminate some of these exemptions, eliminate these loopholes. Your words, and I'm going to ask you to say them again, everyone pay their fair share, the burden could go down for all of us. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I believe, yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions for this witness? Seeing none.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I'm going to call Rebecca Lewis up next, and as a suggestion from my esteemed colleague, on deck is going to be Anna Evans. So, Anna, you might be prepared.
Hello, I'm Rebecca Lewis. I am yet another librarian here to talk to you. I know you've heard a lot from many of us across the state recently. I represent Stone County Library. We are in Southwest Missouri. We're a very long, narrow county, so we have part of Table Rock, Silver Dollar City, a little bit, and then Arkansas border. What I'm here to talk about primarily is the SB3, that Stone County is currently a 0% county if it passes in April. What that will do to us is level our income. So for the next few years, we can continue operating fairly normally with some cutbacks here and there in services. But after about 5 years, we'll have to start looking at cuts. The bulk of our budget, 58 to 60% currently, is staffing. And that's to run 3 branches. After that 5-year mark, we're looking at either reducing services to our patrons, closing a branch, losing staff. And that's the reality of it. In a rural county that has very little opportunity for transportation, that has very little opportunity for services, where the library is the meeting place, it's the partnership with schools, it is the place where our adults with disabilities come for programs, it's where we deliver books to homebound residents. Those services start going away in 5 years. And we don't have an income opportunity to increase that. We can't go out for a sales tax. Legally, we're not allowed to. So at that point, we're in a little bit of a bind. So I would ask that whatever you do, look at it not as a zero, but as how can we continue to offer the services that our patrons want. That's why they're coming to the library. we're not asking for a huge windfall. We just want to continue operating. You know, that's what matters to libraries, is the ability to continue serving our people with what we have as best as we can. So, any questions?
Any questions for this witness? I appreciate you taking the time to come down. Thank you. Anna Evans? Is it Evans?
Evans. Yes.
On deck will be Jim McGuire.
The on-deck system worked really well, I will say. That was a good call. Hello, everyone. My name is Anna Evans. I represent the Christian County Business Development Corporation. We represent the 7 communities in the county of Christian County, Missouri, which is right in the middle of Greene County and Taney County, so Springfield and Branson. We have, I believe, 14 taxing districts in Christian County that provide a variety of services, and you all have heard, from many of them: fire, ambulance, senior services, services for folks with disabilities, community college, all of those, associated services. Specifically for Christian County, there's a couple points that I want to make, and the first one is timely following the Stone County Library District. Christian County was identified as another of the 0% counties in the recent SB3 legislation. Our taxing districts and our county are going to have to go to the public in April and ask them for the opportunity to potentially cap that ongoing property tax rate at 0% moving forward. Christian County consistently over the past decade has been one of the fastest growing counties in Missouri. We're typically up there kind of going back and forth with St. Charles County as far as residential growth. The city of Nixa alone, I was looking at this today, from 2010 to 2020 experienced a 22% population growth. And that is consistent across the county as far as our growth. Additionally, because of our proximity to the Greene County and Taney County kind of more metro areas, Christian County consistently loses about 65 to 70% of our working age residents out of the county, not just to a different location within the county, but out of the county every day to travel and to migrate for work. So a lot of what we see as far as economic trends are that the corresponding sales tax and a lot of that discretionary income follows those folks who are leaving those counties or who are leaving our county every day. And so we have a quickly growing population. Our taxing districts are being asked rapidly to continue expanding their services and to provide those same services for a growing population. And what's happening is the ability of our local communities to keep up from a sales tax perspective, as far as like local government services and things like that, is challenged because of that migration out of the county every day. So that's a bit of a unique feature of Christian County, but I know that there's other counties across the state who have that similar situation. So again, there is some concern about the 0% in that SB3. So just want to make you aware of that. And then secondly, and I only have a few seconds left, but one thing that has not necessarily been brought up yet in this meeting is specifically annual property tax impacts on very small businesses that are just getting started up. So for example, I'm getting the stop, so I will stop.
You may inquire this.
I just wanted to ask if you could finish that last point.
Sure. Concisely, we have, of course, with an increase in population, that does include an increase in business, which is fantastic. But we have had several cases where we have, new businesses that are exactly what you would want: that local, that mom and pop business, that local person who wants to invest in their community and provide a service and create jobs for their community. And the property tax assessment coming. Again, the method that it does, which is all at once, one big bill at the end of the year. I know very early in the meeting we had the conversation about potentially the ability maybe to break those payments up, be able to do that multiple times throughout the year. We've had conversation with our assessor about the mechanics of what that would look like. Does that have to be prepaid, basically, so we're not paying an old bill. We're basically prepaying in order for us to be current to what we estimate our bill to be by the end of this year. The challenges there seem to be technology and personnel, but I just want to throw that out there, that for specifically those small mom and pop businesses, that big tax bill at the end of the year in their very first year in operation, when they're just trying to survive as that initial entrepreneurial startup, is a big challenge.
Anything further, Representative? No? Any other questions for the witness? Seeing none, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you all.
Jim McGuire, you're up next, and then on deck, Daniel White. I think it's Whittle, isn't it? Yes. Okay, my apologies.
I'm Jim McGuire, and I've lived here in Lebanon, Missouri all my life. I was born on this property right here. So, well, not here, but probably right over there. Yeah, right over there somewhere. And I've lived here all my life. I own a business. I own my personal home. I've also have another home next to me that I own. And I just wanted to air, some of this has already been mentioned, I think, but I just feel like property tax is an unfair tax. Like I think it was you said, you never own your property. The American dream is to own a business, to own a home, and you never really own it. All you do is rent it. Even most people, have to get a home mortgage, or they take out a business loan or whatever, and they pay on that. And while they're paying on that, they're paying taxes, paying property taxes on it continually, over and over and over. And then you get it paid for, and you think, man, I made it. I'm here. I've arrived. But no, you don't own it, because if you don't pay those taxes, the tax collector will take it away from you, be sold at the courthouse door. And like I said, that's the American dream, is to be able to own a business, own property. And it's going to get to the point where nobody can afford to own it. And you're going by assessed values. Assessed values is no good to the owner until he sells that property. If you have a house that you lived in for 30 or 40 years, and maybe you have some type of medical issues or something, and they keep assessing that property, it gets to the point where I have to sell it. I'm going to have to move out. I'm going to have to go somewhere. Now, I mentioned today that, and I hope I'm not wrong in saying this, but Detroit, Michigan went bankrupt. And I think one of the reasons they did was because their property taxes just kept going up and up and up and up, and people were actually just moving away from their properties, abandoning them, and then the city ended up with it. Okay, but they had no revenue, so they go bankrupt. Well, I did hear a snippet. I don't listen to a whole lot of news, but I did hear a snippet the other day about how that Detroit had some funding and had built apartments for people to live in. That's not my American dream. My American dream is not to live in a government-provided housing unit. Housing unit. And that's not the American dream for my children or my grandchildren. My American dream is to own my property, own my business, provide for myself, and not have the government take it away from me.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony.
Okay. Any questions?
Any questions for this witness?
All right.
No, appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Daniel Whittle, and then on deck is Dawn Corselius. Did I say that right? Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for allowing this meeting here tonight. There's actually 4 elected officials from my county. I'm the Placid County Assessor. We have our county collector, one of our Western District Commissioners, and also my state representative. And I'm speaking on behalf of myself as an individual. A lot of people think that because I'm an assessor, I love taxes, and that is not the case. I will tell you that I do see a different perspective now going into county government and understanding how all of that process works. I, too, had a house burn on January the 4th, 2015. Had probably 25 to 30 volunteers show up to my house at 4 o'clock in the morning. It was 4 degrees. Every bit of their equipment froze up. And I told my chief then, I said, you'll never see me fight against your tax increase ever again. I was very thankful that they was able to help. No one was hurt. But anyway, I wanted to touch a few major topics tonight. First, of course, is the Hancock Amendment. You guys keep hearing that. We're beating a dead horse. Another thing I want to talk about is there's cause and effect to everything that takes place. And I'm all for legislation being passed. I'm all for legislation being introduced. But for everything that does happen, there's an effect to that. And sometimes we don't realize that for several years down the road. For prime example, you mentioned a while ago, Representative Taylor, that you would not vote against a fire district, and that's very commendable. But I'm assuming that every person at this table actually did. There's only 2 people that opposed Senate Bill 190, and I'm all for seniors getting a tax break, but they do not get any future gains on anything that's frozen. So there is a cause and effect. There's a trade-off to everything that takes place. You had mentioned, Representative Job, earlier, that in your district, every one of your tax levies do roll back. Is that on the operating side of things, or is that also the debt service and or the capital improvements? Or do you know? When it comes to school districts, possibly?
First off, I didn't look at all of them, so I can't make a statement over everything. I don't know that I looked at any of the debt service levies specifically.
Yeah, it would be very important to do so, because a lot of times what you will see is you will see an operating levy that will lower, and you'll see the actual debt service and or the capital improvements actually raise. So therefore, it's a trade-off. I'm not being argumentative. I'm just trying to state some facts. And it was mentioned earlier about the 4 separate subclasses. That's also very important. Us assessors have been talking with the State Tax Commission for years about this. What it does, it has 4 separate subclasses. You got commercial, residential, agricultural, and personal property, and all of them get weighted against themselves. So if you have a huge influx in residential, then just that residential subclass will be the one that has to be forced into Hancock rollback. Some counties, you may have a 25% increase in residential values, but it's not enough to trigger a rollback when it comes to overall assessment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Left it on that time. Thank you for coming to testify. Any questions for this witness? Representative Joe, be recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Chair. I would just ask you to finish your thought.
Well, yeah, so that those 4 different subclasses, if those get looked at individually, it is more work, and that's no denying. But so is Senate Bill 190. Senate Bill 190 has caused us absolute chaos the last 2.5 months. I'm thankful for it. Our seniors need it. But between my collector's office had to hire another employee. I've been working 60 and 70 hours a week for the last month trying to keep up with all the applications. It's great. There's a growing pain to that. But so again, there's a cause and effect. It's a good thing. I'm not saying it's not. But so is the Missouri State tax credit that we could have just increased that level to $50,000 income for a married couple, which would have helped those people that needed the help versus, creating a tax freeze, which there again, they do not get that increase as future income for the fire districts, ambulance districts, libraries. And in my county, the senior citizens are drowning. I mean, they've had to reformulate how they get their funding, and the state has pulled some money away from what they do. And we've got 2 of them that have to have fundraisers twice a month to keep the door open. So, again, I'm not for taxation, but we do need these services.
Representative Reedy, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just thank you, Daniel, for being here. Appreciate the work you do and your colleagues around the state and your profession. I wanted to address the deal of the levies by subclasses, what I call it, that has been kicked around, and we've talked about that. I actually had a meeting with the state auditor's office, and I said, this would be more work for your office to do this. I said, what do you think about that? And the state auditor told me, he said, you all pass it, we'll do it. And so that is a real possibility that I think could really help. And I commend you all, of course, being a former colleague of yours, for the work you do. And I know how hard it is for you all to do the things you have to do back in your districts. And I've been in assessors meetings when I've seen assessors break down in tears talking about not wanting to do things that's going to hurt their constituents. And so I just wanted to say that, and I thought it was a good time while you spoke about it. But that is a good possibility to get those to balance up, because you're right. When you put everything together, it's never going to trigger a rollback. But if you did it individually, it would. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're talking about facts and stuff. I just want to be sure. You said that there was 2 representatives that didn't vote for 190. There's actually about 54 representatives that were just recently elected, and I believe that bill passed in 23.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Okay. I was assuming that was you are correct. You are correct. And I wasn't making that as a punch. I was just there is a cause and effect for it, and it can be good legislation, but there is cause and effect from everything. And you know, between real estate, personal property, taxes, that is a more steady tax than anything. Right now, our economy seems to be doing great. I live in Pulaski County, and probably 75% of my economy is based on the federal government. And I've said this for 20 plus years, a stroke of an ink pen up in Washington, D.C. can either help my economy or destroy it within 3 weeks. And so if we get, right now, our economy is great. We got houses that are selling for way more than I ever thought they would in my lifetime. But I've also seen it the other way. In 2012, you couldn't give away a house. When I took office in 2015, we had 418 homes empty and nobody wanted them. Literally. Yeah, it was, absolutely.
Gentlemen, I appreciate it. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
All right, Dawn. Welcome on next, Bruce Stock.
Thank you. My name is Dawn Secula. I am a recent transplant from Colorado, and I will tell you, I found the taxing a little different. It was funny when I realized that you actually have to declare how many chickens you have running around your backyard. But to say that, I actually came here to speak about the short-term rental being reclassified from residential to a commercial property, not realizing what this meeting actually was. So I'm going to pivot for a quick second and talk about the sales tax that has been brought up as an alternative to property tax, right? So my husband and I moved down here, and my father-in-law followed shortly afterwards because he grew up on a property in Colorado in which not only was he literally born on that property, but he thought he was literally going to die on that property. Unfortunately, the property taxes in Colorado have skyrocketed. And not only could he no longer afford the property tax, my husband and I could no longer afford to subsidize the property tax either. So we are a living example of what happens when property taxes force people out of their homes for almost 100 years. With that being said, there are so many alternatives, and you had said, let's think outside the box. Sales tax has been thrown out there, but nobody took that extra step to say, maybe what if there was a sales tax actually on real property? And what do I mean by that is it would be when a person went ahead and sold their home, there would be, and I'm just using very fictitious numbers. Let's say 3%, that's what a commission average is right now for a real estate agent. And I'm using a $500,000 property that Mrs. Barnes used. So you'd be looking at about a $15,000 bill to the state, or however that would be divided up. But what that does is it'd be a one-time payment when you sell your property. And what that does is it keeps seniors in their home. Okay, that's number one. And number two, nothing tells you better what the market value of the property is than the market value that the property sells for. That's the going rate. That's what the market value is. So it sounds like Colorado, we do have to declare what we sell our property for. Missouri, you don't. But that could be a fix within a bill. And it could, the title companies could provide that. You don't have to rely on real estate agents, right? You have to declare a lot of information anyway. Perfect, thank you. So I'm gonna pivot real quick to short-term rentals. We bought in Texas County. We looked in Howell County. We looked in Wright County. We chose not to buy in either of those counties because we're building a little cabin that we will be renting out on our 200 acres. If we had bought in those counties, we would have been reclassified as commercial property. That's expensive, especially on 200 acres. So Wright County and Howell County lost the opportunity to collect their sales tax that we will be charging, and they've lost the extra property taxes they'd be collecting on us from the improvements to the property. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Don't run away just yet until we look down the line. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Bruce Stockton, you're up next. And then Cambria, you're up next. On deck.
Thank you very much. I'm Bruce Stockton. I live in Joplin, Jasper County, and I work in Greene County most of the week. But I'm here to more so talk about some solutions based on my experience over the last 17 years of attending almost every opportunity to have an informal or formal Board of Equalization hearing on my real property, and really learning about how Jasper County does it and how they have modified it over the years. But more than once I've been told that the memorandum of understanding that came down from the Missouri Tax Commission was the reason my taxes were going up, sort of a threat. So to Mr. Murphy, who's not here right now, his comment about the way they put it out there is kind of a bully approach. So, but we got the county pointing the finger at the Missouri Tax Commission to make me feel better about my tax increase. And I've also learned from this and reading that it appears the Missouri Tax Commission may have no real authority other than appeal to resolve appeals. So here are my proposed solutions. Outline clearly how every county in Missouri should calculate their reassessments, how they should do it, because Jasper moves all over the board. One time they'll tell me, well, we looked at your appeal, we came by your house, and Bruce, it looks like you had done new siding to the whole house. I said, yeah, a year ago, had a storm, and after I paid my $4,000 insurance deductible and got new siding, my house looks better. And he said, if your house didn't look so good, we wouldn't have reassessed it and upped your tax. So if I'd have done what my neighbor did and left the gutter hanging and the siding hanging off and the roof leaking, I wouldn't have paid more tax. Doesn't make any sense. That's common sense. So that's one issue. But be transparent with every resident, with every county about how they're supposed to do the reassessment. Being objective, not subjective. Use objectivity, not subjectivity to do that. In terms of the reassessment, do that in election years, not non-election years. Let's see how that works out for everybody up here. Consider a value per square foot. Just a simple average value per square foot. You can measure the square foot from the satellite sky and the software they got. And the last one is abolish Missouri State Tax Commission. That's $14.2 million a year that doesn't appear to me to be doing anything other than spending $14.2 million. And if a resident loses an appeal or a board of equalization, let them sue the county they live in and resolve it in court. The last comment is curious why the tax commission ate up more time here tonight than anybody else. If they were brought so that you all could impress us that you're going to give them a side punch or two, bad idea. If they already testified in Jeff City, then they had their chance. Or let them come to the last one. But that part bothered me. Take questions.
So thank you for your testimony, and to be quite frank, they were here at the recommendation of me that I wish they would come to every one of these because it's you all who need to see who these people are. And there was no other reason other than that. so they could come and also answer questions that we had of them the first go round, that maybe we needed to follow up with them. So there was nothing, no underhanded tricks to get
No,
there. So
I respect that.
I kind of don't appreciate the implication or the implying that there was any other reason other than benefit the people in this room. So
I respect that,
you
but
had me
you
right
know,
up to that point.
they could have gone last too.
So they went last time after 5.5 hours. So I thought it was respectful enough to allow them to come here, and they signed up just like you did. All right, just like you did, they signed up. So they were here before you. So they got to go at the time they were allotted.
I hear you.
So like
I
I said,
respect
you had
it.
me right up to the end.
Yep.
Any questions? Yes. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can appreciate where you're coming from the way that it appears. But one of the things that I've had a few people talk to me about in the break is for the first time, some of the people in the room are starting to see what term limits look like. These people don't even know what SB 190 is because they weren't here. I'm already halfway through my term by the end of next year, and I've only been here 3 years. Last committee is the first time I found out that this guy's county, they want to beat him with a stick just so they feel as bloody as I do, and find out that they're reining in our elected assessor when they're appointed bureaucrats. Guess when I found that out? What, 3 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago today. Yeah, that's what term limits look like. So the reason why we had him come back is because I'll be perfectly honest. I said, I don't know how to put it any other than an advocate of my community would is, why do we pay you guys to rein in our elected officials? That's taxation without representation. And if the only job is to make sure that we're assessed fairly across the state, and like I said, beat him so I feel like we both got beat up, that doesn't make any sense to me. And so it sounded like, and I'll tell you what we learned, I think it was 45 or 48 million is what they take. So they get involved in this assessment game across our state for one line item that could be in our budget. So I'm with you, sir. So even though I understand your frustration on what it looked like, this is what we have to go through. And we're probably going to have more questions because I am still waiting to understand, other than a line item, why we pay for that group to be here. And I know that doesn't sound fair to them. They probably have a really good service and we can move them into shuffling something around. But yeah, I say cut the cord and let the boat go off to sea.
It's 80 years old. I think 1945 was when it. Yeah.
But thank you for asking that question, because it did get us to explain why half of us here just learned that out, just like you got to learn today. We're only 2 weeks behind you.
Right.
Term limits, that's what's happening.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, gentlemen. Next up, Cambria, is that right? Cambria? Yes, Cambria Crabtree, going once, going twice. All right, Mark Lopez.
Chairman, how many more do we have?
6.
Okay.
So, on deck, Rachel Lightfoot, you're on deck. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you so very much for having us here tonight. My name is Mark Lopez. I currently serve as a fire chief over 2 separate ambulance districts as well. I've been asked to be here by the Missouri Association of Ambulance Districts. A lot of things have been discussed and talked about tonight. I've been in the fire and ambulance service for 27 years now. Very humbled to hold the position that I hold. I do respect your service, sir. Do respect the position that all of you are in tonight, as you are almost seem like you're at a firing squad here. So we have a lot of things that are being affected by SB3. Cass County is capped at a 0%. That'll be what takes place. And so there's been lots of things that are discussed about what we do with that we have been tasked by the Missouri Bureau of EMS to look at, in Cass County specifically, at our operations. How can we be more efficient? How can we make sure that we're providing good service to our patrons with the tax dollars that we do receive? And so not only are we concerned about, as somebody put it, having the rug pulled out from underneath us, but we do want to look at some things within Cass County, as we are a close proximity to the city of Kansas City. We are fast growing. However, we have rural communities that do not have a sales tax base that would be able to sustain the life of a fire district or an ambulance district. And so we're working to make ourselves as efficient as possible. One of those things in particular being that we have 11 taxing entities for ambulance service in Cass County alone. We do not feel that that is efficient to have 11 different entities, that we might look at some forms of consolidation for ambulance districts, and even our PSAPs, or our public safety answering points, where we have 5 in Cass County. That's a lot. And so we want to trim those things down to be efficient, to make sure that we're providing the best services possible to the folks within Cass County. If things continue to maintain to work down, the gentleman from Morrisville did indicate that we're looking at lots of different options, but we want to make sure that we're efficient in the ambulance service provision across the state of Missouri, not just in Cass County. That's why I'm 2.5 hours away from home, to make sure that we're doing that, not just in Cass County, but even in the counties here as we're in Laclede tonight. So thank you very much, and I'll yield to any questions.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thanks for your service.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, Rachel Lightfoot, yep. And then on deck's Alan.
Good evening. Thank you guys for coming. Ooh, there we go. My name is Rachel Lightfoot. I am the Polk County Clerk in Bolivar, Missouri. I was recently asked to serve on the Missouri Association of Counties Property Tax Policy Task Force. We have met twice already and are working diligently to come up with some solutions to present to legislature, both on the House side and the Senate side. Aside from that statement, I am here as Rachel Lightfoot solely. A lot of things that I already had have been discussed already tonight. So some points of consideration that I had kind of come up with, and along with my assessor and collector and some other electeds in my county, was to, one, look at those certificates of values and making those closed records. That way, we do not have to worry about that information being divulged to the public. When those sales occur, hopefully the realtors, the buyers, the sellers, and all entities involved in those transactions would feel comfortable and confident in turning that information over. Right now it's on a voluntary basis, and I know in our county we do not get those hardly at all. We struggle. And that then creates a very tough task to determine what market value truly is in our county. A couple personal examples. My daughter purchased 100 acres by herself at the age of 21. She purchased that was Cedar County property. At the time that she purchased that, she paid $1,875 an acre. 5 years later, post-COVID, she sold that land for $4,000 an acre. In 5 years' time, she more than doubled. Did that property value really go up that much? And how is that county to make those increases when they're only allowed to make adjustments every other year, when land property is doubling? It's impossible to keep up with. Before becoming county clerk, I spent roughly 15 years in the banking industry. I've been a commercial lender, a residential lender, a teller of new accounts, you name it, I did it. And I know the market is going to correct at some point. We're riding a post-COVID high. It's coming back down at some point. Look at the history of property, and you guys, we've talked about 08, 09. It's coming. A couple other things. Look at the statute regarding where property must be assessed at, and maybe look at, instead of it being assessed at the 90 to 110%, maybe look at it stating that it shall not be assessed beyond 95%. It's an option. Another thing, we already talked about Hancock. Regarding the State Tax Commission, maybe look at we've had in our county some inconsistent instruction and guidance from the State Tax Commission. 2 examples. Any questions?
Any questions for this witness?
Yeah. Oh, what are those two examples?
My 2 examples. Okay. In 2017, the State Tax Commission gave our assessor guidance that billboards should not be on their parcel count. And then this year, she was then told, yes, your billboards need to be on your parcel count. I don't know what changed other than the guidance. Another one was in 2019, we had the same issue with wells and septics, whether they are to be on assessed or not. So I just think some standardized processes for assessors to follow. We know values are going to be different from county to county, but as far as what goes on and what's assessed, if there was a standardized something that everybody adheres to, State Tax Commission and assessors.
Yeah, thank you. No, I think those are good suggestions. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're right, you have to go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello. It is working? All right, thank you. So I've been trying to think through a couple things. I talked with Dan many weeks ago in my office with the State Tax Commission liaison. The aspect of we're looking at and saying that it's a fair, or the judicial system said it should be a fair way to apply this across the state. So we've, for some reason, picked the true value. I mean, is what what judicial system has said. You're asking, I think, for a standard in which we could do. All the assessors really kind of work together and can facilitate those numbers that they have. So let's say instead of looking at the highest point of market value, why don't we just say assessors give us that information, you pass that information along to one another, and instead of saying, I think a fair way to do it is especially like in our district, poverty area, we say, let's look at the lowest values here and say it's fair for us to pay everyone or set these standards at that lower point rather than at the true value. This way we could then facilitate I'm pretty sure that anyone in those what I would call richer districts, I'm sure they wouldn't be against paying less for their assessed value across the board. So would there be a possibility of the assessors coming up with their own documentation at what the standard is right now? So like in Polk County, being one of the lowers, we're one of the 11 counties that didn't sign the MOU. So I applaud my county for that. But again, take that data, take the information that you have currently, and then apply that across the state. Would that be something that we could look at?
I don't see why not. I don't think that there's anything that's not a possibility. I think that's the whole purpose of why you guys are here.
Right.
Representative Vance, going to recognize for
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going off of what Representative Warwick just said, I've always held that I think first of all, the legislature is looking for a way to change the way we do property taxes. I think we could easily go to cost approach on homes and on business properties. The cost approach takes the cost to build it new and then depreciates it down for age and condition, and it's varied in qualities. There's low, good, medium, whatever. There's 5 or 6 different qualities of properties that are available with different costs for those properties. That's how assessors do new construction, isn't it?
To the best of my understanding, yes, but
Yeah.
I'm not an assessor.
Yeah, so additions to your house get assessed through the cost approach. Why not do the whole thing through the cost approach? Take the market out of this, except for the market goes in when you add the value of the land. That's where the market comes in. That's where your local value of the land and your local variances come in, is the value of the land that you add to the cost of the depreciated cost of the building the property new. That would equal things out within this state pretty darn quick, I think. And I think we could build a law that does that would take our definition of market value or cash value or whatever we use. We got about 3 different values stated here, and make it that way. I think we need to be looking to build somewhere like that. That's my comment.
Thank you, Representative. One might think about the price of materials and how that might be affected in that. If we have a hurricane and you get assessed, or you get, anyway, just something to think about.
That's what's figured in the cost approach. Yeah, they get what, monthly updates. Yeah.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Representative Reed, you're recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to make a comment. First of all, thank you for being here. Thank you for the work you do in your county and with your colleagues throughout the state that I work with. And I would just like to address something that Representative Van Scoik said about replacement costs, new construction cost. I would encourage members of this committee to go visit their assessors and look at how they do develop values, because when I was assessor, that's when I went out and measured a house, we developed a replacement cost new. We applied depreciation to that. We added land value. That's how we come up with value. I think that's what most of our rural assessors do, and I think it might be real enlightening to ask them to see your property record card, your house, and see how your house is assessed, because I think this is exactly what they're doing. Now, where they utilize the market is their costing system they have is a lot of time maybe a national costing system, and you have to utilize some market data in your area to have, we call them index factors, that you used in order to make that manual work in your area. So I would just like to encourage that. I would like to address one thing you said about the certificate of value, making that public information.
No, closed, so that it isn't.
Closed information.
Yes.
Well, let me tell you, I come from a rural area. My biggest town has 2,900 people, and my district's 100 miles long. And the people in my district don't think it's the government's business what they gave for a house.
Exactly.
If they didn't take a loan on it, they bought it for cash. They don't really want to give that information. And if you utilize that in the assessment process and that property goes to an appeal, then it does become public record. And that becomes a problem there. But I kind of wanted to address that. But, my folks back home, I couldn't go back and tell them, I went down there and voted for you to have to tell your private business to a government and make government bigger. So
Okay, can I ask you 2 questions?
Sure.
One, when you were talking about the index, does that index include the labor when it comes to construction? Does it? Okay,
Yes,
I didn't know.
yes.
Where is it shown at when the assessor puts it in?
It's all in the replacement cost new.
But there's not a specific line for labor. It's just
Right,
kind of built
right.
in. Okay, just so I understand that process a little better. Second, on the closed record certificate of value, well, I totally agree. I don't want everybody knowing what I want. But if you want a true market value, how else do you derive to a true market value?
Well, we were in the situation of getting volunteer people. If people wanted to volunteer that information, they could. But
and we don't get it.
But I definitely am one that I respect people's privacy, and I'll try. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? See, Thank you very much for coming. Alan Ison. When you introduce yourself, I want you to give just a little bit more than just your standard name. All right.
Should I start when I was born? Is that too far back? That far? Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. I'll be happy to. My name is Alan Isett. I say, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Alan Isett. I'm the Collector of Revenue for Greene County. I've been in this position for a little over 4 years, and I thank you for the opportunity to take testimony, and thank you for hanging in there because it's getting late. I just want to talk about some numbers, and I hope your eyes don't glaze over, just to illustrate the problem in Greene County at least, and how I think there is a question about if Hancock is being implemented. I looked within Springfield School District, largest school district in the state. My website has 9 years worth of levies. So I took 2 homes I'm somewhat familiar with. They're 30 plus years old. They're in established neighborhoods, so not a lot of new construction. The assessed value change over that 9-year period, we've had 4 reassessment periods, as Representative Reed knows. The average value, assessed value, of one home went up 46%, the other went up 52%. It's about 50% over those 4 reassessment periods. As you can imagine, the dollars paid, taxes paid, went up 43% for one home and 52% for the other. So it tracks more or less with about a 50% increase over those 4 reassessment periods. For Springfield Public School District, if you look at the levy in 2016 and the levy in 2024, it dropped 3%. Something is not being done to roll levies back. I don't know what. I've looked at that, but when there's been a 3% levy drop and a 50% increase in taxes on real estate, I think homeowners rightly are complaining about the problem that they're in. As a collector, I sell homes on the courthouse step the 4th Monday of August beginning at 10 o'clock like every other collector in the state. So there are people who are being taxed out of their homes. And there are others who are challenged to pay their real estate taxes, especially when they go up 50% in 10 years or less, and there is no rollback whatsoever. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions for this witness? Yes. Representative you are recognized for input.
I'm curious how many tax levies maybe went to the voters during that period.
To my knowledge, there was, and I've only been in the position for 4 years, there's probably one as a debt service because it went from 64 cents per to 73 cents per. So I'm not aware of any other levies that went to the voters.
Really?
Could be wrong, but again.
And how many years? 4 years?
It's
no.
a 9-year period.
9 years.
That's what my website has, 2016 to 2024, so I can easily pull those numbers up and look at that and then pull the tax data for the homes, same period. So that's the data I had available.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Taylor, you're recognized in part.
Thank you. I'll be quick. In the example that you gave, you talked about 2 homes.
Right.
2 homes is not a large enough base. You're saying that those 2 homes are typical of
No.
all of what we're seeing in Springfield?
No.
2 homes growing at 50% and the levy only going back 3% does sound like a problem, but a data point of 2?
Oh, I don't disagree. I didn't have, trust me, if I had time to go back and thoroughly analyze this, I would, but given when I made the decision to come to the committee, I wanted to have at least something to share. I didn't cherry pick homes to find the high ones. I just chose 2, as I said, I had somewhat familiar with. They're older homes, they're in established neighborhoods, so you don't have this anomaly of new construction next door, which could jack your assessed value up.
The example that you gave, 2 homes, certainly not significant enough, but as we have more of these hearings, maybe we should be asking some of our collectors of revenue, on average, how much appreciation are you seeing? And then on average, how much rollback are we seeing?
Right, I think that's a fair question. So again, as I said, if I had more time to pull more homes at random, I would have, but with the disparity in 50% versus 3%, I think it's indicative there's something going on via Hancock or something not going on, but I'd be happy to.
And in fact, I think you bring up a good point. Again, I don't like the data point of 2, but what I do like is maybe we should be asking some of our collectors of revenue, what appreciation are we seeing by class?
Yeah,
by class.
Sure.
Is our agriculture growing by class? Is our commercial falling by class? Is our real subsidizing some of the others.
Right.
So
I think that's a good question to ask.
thank you, boss. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Representative Chapel, you recognize to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very, very briefly, good to see you this evening.
Likewise.
How long did you serve in the state legislature?
8 years.
And you were on the budget committee?
As a matter of fact, I was.
And in fact, I believe you were the budget chair
As a matter of fact, I was.
for 5 years.
I like to say 5 long years.
Is it safe to describe you as somebody who understands numbers?
I do like numbers.
Sure do appreciate you being here today, sir.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Pleasure to meet you.
Thank you. Likewise, Mr. Chairman.
David Spitz. And then on deck is Gina Milborn.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to visit with you tonight, and thanks for sticking with it. I know it's been a long night. I wonder, before I start my 3 minutes, if I can just acknowledge so many of my colleagues who are here tonight. I represent the Lebanon R3 schools. I'm the superintendent of schools, and but this topic is extremely important to all of us, and so I am joined by so many who likewise find this to be a very important topic. And so if you'd raise your hand if you're with a school district in the area, appreciate you being here. So for me, I want to talk about, of course, SB3, but I want to talk specifically about Lebanon R3 schools in that light. The Lebanon schools back in 2017 and before were in what I would call financial crisis in so many ways. Our fund balances, operating fund balances, were at 13% in June, which is the typical count date. But by the fall, with our payrolls, would get into the single digits. So we were in quite a difficult spot. Our staff pay was among the very bottom of any of these districts that are here. We struggled to maintain staff. We lost them to area districts. We were not able to compete. Our facilities were in ill repair, mostly because we had very few resources to be able to maintain those facilities. And I joke and often say that we measured our roof quality during rainstorms by how many buckets might be in a given classroom. And that's a joke, but it's not. We had significant issues during that time frame. At that time, we were over 50% dependent on state aid. And we were in a really significant challenge and really a tipping point. But our community said, we want better for our schools, for our staff, for our facilities, and more importantly, for our kids. And in 2018, our community approved a 90-cent operating levy increase. And it has transformed over the past 7 years this school district to where now we rank in the top 10 in all of our pay categories for all pay, staff pay, and benefits. Our facilities now have consistent preventive maintenance. And in the past 10 years, we now have had our community say yes, not once, not twice, but 3 times to initiatives on the ballot. And I say that to say that this community, Lebanon, and I'm sure my colleagues would speak the same as would yours and your communities, care passionately about their schools. And so I just want you to know that communities want to take care of their communities. And we ask you, as we think about SB3, let the community have that opportunity. Because when we make plans for significant pay increases, as we have, our staff have had upwards of 40% pay increases. And I can share with you in a flyer I gave you really how that's broken down by job category. That has a cost that grows and grows and grows and grows. If we can't rely on our local effort, then we cannot sustain that. In a time when state funding is really unstable, especially with the new formula coming, that's the unknown. Federal funding is questionable. We need to count on our local, and it's even in question with this. Thank you. Sorry. I don't stop well, I guess I should.
Well, listen, if I spent a little time with you earlier today, so
Yes.
I'm out there to give you a warning.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate that. Touche. I appreciate it. We love our schools.
And from what I saw, it's a very fine thing you got going on. So any questions for this witness? Representative Chapel, you're recognized.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you very much for the tour today. It was very informative. When you say that state funding for education is unstable, I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that.
Yeah, I can absolutely expand on that. When we think about the development of our budgets in a given year, even in this year, we had a budget, and I'm really grateful for the legislature to approve the state adequacy target at the level that it was. We were waiting until the very end of June to really determine if the governor for sure was going to sign it. And we truly continue to ponder under some of the questions about whether or not withholdings are going to happen. And so we know there are tremendous amounts of dollars that have been put into education. We continue as a state to be 50th out of 50 states in state funding, and in the top 5 in local funding. And so our localities are really taking care of their communities. It is a question mark from year to year. In the past couple of years, it has been better. But as we look to the future and project whether or not our funding is going to go up, the projections I'm given is, and certainly from the governor, is that may be flat for the next several years. And we have promised our communities that we're going to pay our teachers, our bus drivers, our food service workers, our custodians, a wage that will help them have a quality life. And I will show you, if you look at the last page of the document I gave you.
No problems.
No problems.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you'll look at the last page.
If I could, I would like to redirect, because we don't have a lot of time.
Yes, sir.
So you said something very interesting. You said we're 50th for the amount of state funding to the districts. Is that because the state of Missouri doesn't care about the local school district, or is that because that is the model that we use with a 3-tier format of funding, unlike other states where all of the funding comes from the states and the national government and not the local government? Which do you think it is?
What I know is the tier reflecting the state is ranked at that level.
But that's saying that we're 50th in not being California. That's irrational. We are designed to be this way, and we have funded education in my tenure in the House more every year than the year before. And this year, education has gotten more money from the state than ever before. And if you take the local and the state and the national, and you add them together, Missouri ranks right around 27th out of 50. I'm a little tired of getting beat with that particular stick, is I guess what I'm saying. Because, I mean, it's like saying this cat is the worst dog I've ever seen in my life.
If I may, I think we want to have the best state public education for our kids in Missouri. We want to be more than middle of the pack. We want to be top 10. We want to be in the top.
Well, but we're middle of the pack in a nation wherein we are also below middle of the pack when it comes to cost of living as well.
That's fair.
I mean, it's just 1 second, sir, and then I will shut up and I will not say another word all night long.
I owe you one.
Yes, sir. And then finally, I do appreciate everything that you're saying, and I appreciate that your community supports your school district as strongly as they do. That's fantastic. In Rogersville, we do the same. We love our school, and we love our kids. Do you think they would not have supported an increase in sales tax just as easily as an increase in property taxation?
My community?
Yeah.
I really do not know.
I mean, why would they not? Why would they say no?
What I know is that our communities support our kids.
Yeah.
And they support our staff. And that's what we know.
Absolutely.
And I think that's true across the state. And
You bet.
if I could expand, I think that the investment this community has made is noted, and I celebrate Lebanon for doing so. But that's been true in Ozark, that's been true in Branson, that's been true in Waynesville, and they have expenses that are continuing. But some of those districts are in 0% growth. Some of them have 5%.
Well, that's going to let me put that to bed. That's going to get struck down by the Supreme Court. Because if that bill was not determined to be arbitrary and capricious, I don't know what in the world is. So that's going to, we can quit worrying. That's one nightmare we can put to bed.
Appreciate that.
Representative Joe, you have an inquiry, please proceed.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be short and to the point. First off, I just want to say thank you for what you do and for what you do for your community and for your school district. So I grew up as the kid of an administrator in a very rural school. He took that job. It was his last one before he retired, and he got put in the situation you were talking about, where in his first year, there was a lot of things that needed help. And it was also a year that, and this was in Oklahoma, as we had shifted the tax burden around in the state, where that we were very reliant on the oil and gas industry and other specialized sectors to make up our budget. And there was a shortfall at that time. And my dad in his first year started getting messages after he'd already signed the contracts and hired everybody, that your state aid's not coming. It's going to be 20% less than what we told you it was going to be. And then another 3 months into the school year, he would get another message about how much less it was going to be. And he had to panic and try and figure out ways to make things balance. We had to have discussions about whether he could put off paying the power bill and whether they would shut off the lights. And so I'm particularly sensitive to what you're talking about, and that's one of the things that I think it's most important that we take out of this whole discussion, is that while we do need to fix the overall system, we've got to do it in a way that protects our schools, our fire, our EMS, the services that we provide through those levies, and doing it in a way that's going to undercut not just our community and the services, but the people that provide it is not a good way to go. So thank you for being here.
May I comment? Sure. I thank you for one, and I appreciate that. I think when we look at the three-legged stool, if you will, from a funding mechanism, please don't shorten all three stools at once. If we truly just learn about federal funding coming in, like after school programming, critical to our kids in our community for sure. Okay, state funding, will we or will we not get withheld? Oh boy. We could rely on, this is my 10th year in Lebanon, and we could count on our local revenue. And in this conversation, and in conversations that happen, caused me to question that. We just ask that there be a great deal of thought about timing and into implementation, because I would shudder to be one of my colleagues in a 0% county and know that I have invested in significant increases. I mean, our budget has moved from 40 million to 62 million in 7 years. And 80% of that total expenditure is in the pockets of the people who work in this community, 700 staff members. And I do hope you look at where we've distributed it, because it isn't just for one job group. So thank you for hearing that. We do ask for that. And as you advocate for us, please advocate for common sense implementation. I know things are broken, and I could talk a lot about where I think it might happen, but I know your time is precious as well, and I appreciate you being here so late.
Don't run off.
Yes, sir.
Representative, Representative Steinhoff, you recognize for a quick inquiry.
Thank you. I just wonder, as we hear the comment that you made about the state being 50th in state support for education,
correct,
and why that matters, when we think about just the dollars that are being spent on children, your community is taking care of your kids. But I worry that if we don't have the state paying more money, what about those kids that are in districts that they aren't taking care of them? And I'm wondering, if you back out and look at the state of Missouri and the children of Missouri, if you feel that there's merit with that, of not wanting to be in the race of paying the least amount of state money towards education.
Absolutely. I am a fan of public education. I think that the over 900,000 kids in our communities need us to provide the very best for them. I am so grateful that on August 7th, 2018, Lebanon, Missouri said yes to kids, yes to our community, because they said it's our kids, our community, our responsibility. Not every community is going to do that. But every single kid in the state of Missouri deserves the best opportunity to get a free and appropriate public education. And I appreciate the question. We want to be top. Again, where those legs of the stool lay, if you want to have 50 legs, just make sure we get the funding to provide the best opportunity for kids. That's what we would ask. 50 legs, by the way, would be really complicated.
Representative Del Taylor, you are recognized for an inquiry.
Thank you. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. I think you've done an outstanding job of just explaining the balance again, that, you know, these taxes come from a variety of places. And I agree with you. The statistic stands on its own. Missouri, the state of Missouri, is at the very bottom of how much we fund to our local school districts. So the local districts decide. And in this case, this is a local control issue. You all voted that you wanted to increase your local participation, and you all now have some outstanding schools. I think that was an excellent point that you make. And then to add to that, you talked about the volatility of some of the state funding, whether we're going to pass it, how much of it are we going to pass in the budget? Is the governor going to veto it? And we don't know that until the end of May or so, close to June. And then if there's a withholding, and now this year we're looking at a special committee that's going to be even looking at the foundation formula itself. Yes. There is a lot of variability in the state funding to education. The local communities are the ones that want to provide that backstop. And the local communities should be the ones to decide how they provide that backstop. Right now, real estate is probably the most stable way, and that's what we're doing today. To start to change that introduces a lot of uncertainty with our local jobs. In fact, I think I hear there are a couple of school teachers in here right now. If you could talk to just the variability, what happens to the budget, you know, within this variability? How do you manage a budget and salaries and people's careers with this type of variability?
When 8 out of every $10 we spend are spent on staff pay and benefits, it is unreasonable for anyone to think that we can have reductions in revenues and it not impact those 8 out of $10. I mean, it's just, we've talked lots about numbers today. It is just the facts. I mean, and we don't like it. We seek to operate as lean and as efficiently as a school system as we can. We drive over 4,000 miles a day, and we drive a lot of buses. We are 10 miles north to south in our school district. We have over 800,000 square feet of building. We have a lot of operating expenses, but we have to pay our utilities, and we do have to fix that leak in the roof. So there is no way, if there is instability in funding mechanisms, there's no way for anyone to say that reductions can happen and it not affect the people who serve kids. Period.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any further inquiries? Representative Hardison, go ahead. You are recognized to inquire.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate what you do. I've obviously, if you follow the short 6 months I've been here, I'm an advocate for public education. But what we haven't mentioned through this, and I understand we're talking about the cost and changing things, but I think we need to focus and we need to brag on our kids and the reading efficiency and how they do in math. I mean, these are things that sell the story. You know, so I would like to hear in the future as we go through some of these a little more about that, where we sit as a state as far as reading efficiency and some of that type of stuff.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Gentlemen, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for hosting us today for the tour.
Absolutely. My pleasure, and I know our city did so much of the work, so thank you. We're glad that you enjoyed the tour, and I apologize for talking too much.
Gina Milburn? Milburn, yes. David is on deck.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Gina Milburn, and I'm the director of Barry Lawrence Regional Library in Monette, is where we're headquartered. We're a 2-county consolidated library district that covers about 200 miles between the 9 branches that I direct. I'm just concerned about potential loss of revenue for us. Every year, we're sort of tax neutral, but costs are continuing to rise. And as my colleagues pointed out earlier, Rebecca Lewis, we're going to have to think about in the future, if our tax revenue drops, what branches we may have to close and what staff we may have to cut and what services we may have to cut. Both of my counties are rural areas. We have communities that are as small as 900 people, and as many as Monette is the biggest one, about 10,000 people. They come to us for internet service. We have many communities where people don't even have access to the internet at all. They could pay for it, they just don't have access to it. We serve homeless people. We serve children. We have many, many homeschoolers that we serve. And I would hate to see a reduction in services to our community. We do the best we can with the dollars that we have. And we are far below the pay of school teachers. And we've worked really, really hard to increase those funds to our staff, but it's difficult with the dollars that we have. So I just appreciate your attention to that.
Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for holding out to the near end here. All right, David, you're up. Last one for the night.
Last one for the night. Thank you very much. Yay! Have I got news for you?
Please introduce yourself, but unfortunately I have to cut us down to 1 minute. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I'm cutting it short, but I hope I don't offend anybody. But the situation is, I've been here tonight to observe.
Please introduce yourself.
Oh, Dave McCann, Lawrence County, in Aurora, Missouri. The town is mostly best to say I'm from, away from, not from, because we have as much corruption in Aurora as they do in Washington, D.C. So that's the whole nut in a nutshell. But anyway, what I was getting at is that I was here to talk about the Bill 170 and the assessment abilities and how it's getting done. A lot of the things has been brought up that I would bring up. And the only thing I can say about it is that I hope you legislature will not pass a bill without any kind of guidance how they're going to put it out there and put it to work, such as giving guidelines to all the assessors. I've talked to several assessors, and every one of them says, I have no idea what they're doing. You know, nobody tells us. I said, well, how do you get your assessment value? They said, well, the state of Missouri sets it. Well, the state of Missouri sets it, then what are they assessing on? Kansas City and St. Louis? What that amounts to is, are we paying in Aurora, Missouri, taxes on what they're assessing value of property is in St. Louis? My situation is, my property is not worth what they're saying it's assessed. I like to see that the assessors and the state council be responsible if they assess the person for so much money on their property, then they are responsible to buy that property at that assessed amount. I like to see that enforced. This whole nut in the nut game here is, number one, it puts me in mind of Ghostbusters. What are you going to do whenever you find a ghost? Well, they found one in the basement, if you remember the story. And what did they come up with? Get it! That's what it meant. It puts me in mind of. But that's what we done. We passed a bill to help the senior citizens to get votes. And when they did, they didn't put any idea how it was going to get done, except, assessors, go get them. Well, every one of them's come up with a new idea. And a good recommendation of it is, number one, is what is the definition of the ownership of property? Now, the state taxes are based on the people who takes on property and they own it, and they give a definition for it. And I've lost my train of thought. But the situation is that everybody's got a different definition for it. So what it amounts to is, instead of my property I live on is being assessed. But now then, What it amounts to is their definition is it's 1 acre. Who comes up with that definition? So you need some guidelines out there. Anytime you don't give any definition and guidelines, you're going to open the door for corruption. And that's what's happening. So everybody's got their own definition. So thank you.
Time's up. Appreciate it. Any questions for the witness? Seeing none, listen, you all. I'm looking at you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming. I hope you found some education in this process. I know we did. So have a good night. Travel safe. This committee hearing is adjourned.